Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, that's better. Much better. Okay. I'm pretty sure you all can hear me just fine. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, let me see here. Well, I guess that's it then. So, the really big news today was Harry and Meghan appeared at the All-Star game. Is that what it's called? I hope I got that right. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. Anyway, they appeared at the All-Star game. And oh, Ingrid Soers, thank you so much for being here first. Um, is anybody still awake? Is anybody still awake? Yes, I know. Very late start. I do apologize. I mean, it's like the latest ever. It's like 2 a.m. Central Time. Um, I don't know. I just like bubbles. Before we get started, I have to tell you what a surprise to know that Ariana Grande and Jonathan Bailey were in Chicago at the Art Institute of Chicago. That is like one of the finest art museums in the world, and it has the best collection of Impressionist paintings almost anywhere, I think. Or is it the best outside of Paris? Either way, we have a fine collection of Impressionist paintings. And if you go to the Art Institute, you'll find that they have the, I always call it Sunday in the Park with George, but I guess it has another name. Um, what do they call it? The Lagrange, Le Parc Lagrange, something or other. And well, anyway, that was a very little interesting factoid. I mean, it's just like it's not like we're flyover country. Yeah, I guess we are for some people, but you just don't expect these two big stars to just show up. Nobody knows exactly when this happened. Yeah, nobody knows exactly when this happened, but they were there, as evident by the photos. So, oh, and also, I should tell you the reason they were there was that they're promoting a musical. They're gonna do that musical about the in the park with George thing again. So yeah, that's what they're promoting. So anyway, it should be pretty exciting. Look forward to that. Um, Wicked star Ariana Grande and Jonathan Bailey stopped by the Art Institute of Chicago recently to take in a George Seurat painting for a very specific reason. Reason, not reason. For a very specific reason. Why do I keep saying reason? Reason, damn it. Reason. Why do I keep saying reason? That sounds so much like Riesling, like um, like a white wine. Yes, but it's the you know what I'm trying to say. Reason. Hey, Legs, thank you for joining us. Okay, so the All Star Sussexes, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, cozies up with Prince Harry as they enjoy courtside date night at the NBA All Star game over Valentine's Day weekend. Yes, the honeymoon has never ended with those two. And if you take a look here, you can see they made like this grand entrance. Oh, heads turned. Heads turned. That's all I can say is heads really turned. Let's see if I can find that for you. I tried to string together a little movie. Well, not movie. Well, a little reel I could show you with those two making their entrance. It is rather crude, but I did the best I could. Oh, I think this is it. Let's try it. Now, freeze, I want to show you something. Did you see that girl's face? Take a look on the left side and check out this girl's face. You can tell someone said that Harry and Meghan are here. Actually, there's a whole line of girls there on the left side. You have to look fast. Here. I love that. Let me see. You see there? Um, it was that well, actually there's about another row behind the girl closest to us. And then there's one back there and you can just see their surprise when they find out that Harry and Meghan are coming through. Wow, do they look amazing, right? What a gentleman. Prince Harry removes his hat before he embraces that lady. Check it out. Yes, yes. Yes, Connie Bomber, they are glowing. They are doing a real glow up. I love it. I love it. What a surprise. What a surprise. Anyway, it's days like this that we enjoy, right? And we can really enjoy the fruit of our labor, lending whatever protection we've been able to keep these two wonderful people protected in prayer in what they call oppositional research. We do all of that. So yeah, I'm glad. I enjoyed seeing this. I am embarrassed of riches of having the Sussexes make two big appearances. Well, actually, their date night, that was just like a little pap photo. But then there's this big appearance where they're sitting there for the entirety of the game. And then, of course, they were not the only royalty in that center court. They were not the only royalty. There was another royal that just happened to be out that night, and you can just barely see her to the left of our Duchess. That's right, Queen Latifah. Um, well, where is she? She's a little shy, isn't she? Well, Harry. Well, okay. Where's the Queen? Where's Queen Latifah? Well, we'll get to her. But yeah, Harry's rocking those green suede shoes. I like that. I like that. This man is his fashion game has really come up. Even in his casual wear, he looks incredibly smart. Oh no. Prince William and Kate mocked with USA chants and boos at the Celtics game. You know, I almost forgot that happened. You know, somebody must have roofied me. How did this make it onto my onto my um slide thing here? How did that happen? Well, anyway, it wasn't deliberate. It wasn't deliberate. Okay, listen. I could probably look at this all day. Let's do this one more time, just as a reminder. Oh no. Well, you know what? Some you win, some you lose. Right? You know what? I am trying to share that video with you of those two misfits at the Celtics game. So give me just a second. Let me see if I can make this happen. Yeah, I'm trying to get those two misfits at the Celtics game. I'll do my best here in such a short time. I just thought about that. I'm like, why don't I at least try to show them? You know, you can't pick up the sound in all of the videos where those two were roundly booed, but I'm going to do my best here. Let me see if I can make this happen. And of course, you do remember when they asked that one player, did you get a chance to meet the royal family? No, I didn't. Oh, man. That was epic. That was epic. Let me see. William and Kate. I know they say call her Catherine, but I just can't do it. Celtics. Okay, let me try. See if I can make this happen. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you could just barely hear it. Um, but clearly you can hear the boos and the moans and the yells of USA, USA. Now that I don't know that that has ever happened to anyone visiting these United States, where they go to any sports event and the crowd is yelling USA. Wow. And in Boston, of all places, why would you go to a basketball game in Boston? Don't they know that they were worried for the Queen's safety when the Queen went there in 1976? They were afraid because, well, anyway, Boston has a very large Irish American population, and they thought the Queen would be unsafe there, right? And there were threats that were made, but, well, the Queen decided to soldier on, but I don't think these two will ever come back again. Not in this lifetime, not to Boston. Um, let me see. Let's see. What did he say? Mary? Did he say Mary, Peter, and Paul? Mary. Oh, okay. Here goes. Here goes.
Chance to meet with the royal family, and if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm only familiar with one royal family. I don't know too much about that one. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for doing the Lord's work, for reminding those two heretics that they are just not our sort. Oh, oh, there's the Queen, Queen Latifah. There is the Queen. So you got the Queen, a royal princess, and a royal duke, all in the front row. Well, center court, front row, center court. Um, I think it's just appropriate. They're holding court. If you get my drift, they are holding court, and I just love that Meghan and the Queen had a little girl friendly moment because, after all, Meghan is a girl's girl. Um, Whereas that other one, well, you know how shady she is. I love it. I love it. And just think this is what was greeting people when they woke up at Kensington Palace or Royal Lodge or no, Forest Lodge, Kensington Palace, maybe Adelaide, Windsor Castle, wherever the other one is staying. Um, I mean, you get up for a school run and you think that it's just going to be another dreary day out in the Windsor countryside. And next thing you know, without any warning, you get this. I mean, you couldn't have planned it. You could not have seen that coming. Date night. And of course, Meghan is wearing her hair down, looking totally, totally glam. Yeah. And Harry with that walk like, this my woman. Yep. This one mine. She's mine. Yep, yep, yep. I hear dishes breaking. Hair follicles coming undone at their roots. If you listen close enough, you can hear what do you call it? You can hear a cosmetic procedure unraveling, the hardening of Botox. Oh. uh, 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 uh. Yes. Yes. Please put this one on the front page. Please put this on the front pages of all the tabloids. Or this one. This will do just fine. No, Meghan's not in that one. And the Obamas was there as well. As a matter of fact, one of the loose balls was directed toward the president. He sat there, and the what was he, number 46? Well, anyway, the ball had dropped and rolled his direction, and he caught it. So there you have it. And I think that's Anthony, what's his name? Anderson? Anyway, that was what happened this evening, last night, last night, whichever it is for you. But and there was none of this.
I had a chance to meet with the royal family, and if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
There was none of that. No shade. Oh, Anthony Anderson. Oh, thank you so much. You know, I always confuse his name. Anyway, he's a brilliant actor, and I should be more careful. But yeah. Yes, there you go. A prince, a duchess, and a queen. And a president. It sounds like like the plot of a of like an amazing documentary or something like that. And if you're wondering, the Cartier Love bracelet, the Brachu Walker jumper, and the Veronica Beard skinny jeans. I think those are skinny jeans. Oh, and then there's the other Cartier necklace. So yeah, NBA All-Star Game, Inglewood, California. And then the Peyton leather lace-up sneaker. That's what Harry was wearing. Harry is quite fashionable these days. How could he not, right? Look at who he's married to. Of course, he's going to up his fashion game. Now, this spot of bother. Let's see, Prince William and Kate Middleton share smiling Valentine photo as critics cry PR stunt. Now, who would do so? Well, I'm one of them. Yeah, I'm one of them. But yes, it was dubbed a PR stunt as per usual. Those two become rather desperate. It's bad enough they're unhinged, but desperate too. Must we? Yeah, probably. Anyway, they don't usually put out a Valentine photo. And then on top of that, the one that they put out, of course, they have gone with the black and white photo because, well, as everybody knows, that's what Harry and Meghan usually does, is the black and white photo. So they decided that they would do the same thing. And don't think that it didn't catch people. This. Oh, goodness. There we go. Where is Feminagra? Don't do that to me. Oh, Feminagra has those advertisements, which is how they pay for their work, for their channel. I understand that, but it is kind of slowing me down. Okay. Now, all right. Lovely. So it says here, just as more people began to question whether the media is overly deferential to the royal family, the British establishment pivots to soft coverage of a Valentine's Day post featuring Prince William and Kate Middleton. The black and white photograph taken months earlier in April of 2025 at Anmer Hall in Norfolk by photographer Josh Schinner shows the pair leaning in close and smiling warmly. Wait, that's a warm smile? That's a warm smile? Does William's smile look warm? Does Kate's smile look warm? That's the smile that you have when you, how do I put this? When your neighbor comes up missing, when your neighbor comes up missing and they discover that you have gone to the hardware store and purchased a spade, some quicklime, a blue tarp, and what else? And some duct tape. Yeah, that's that look. When you have gone to the hardware store and you've ordered materials that are usually associated with some type of crime, that's the look that they're given. Not very warm. It's just like, also known as the shit-eating grin. Yeah, that looks like a shit-eating grin to me. That does not look like a couple that are warm to each other. Anyway, the black and white photograph taken months earlier at Anmer Hall shows the pair leaning close and smiling warmly, I can barely say it, at the camera. Kensington Palace shared the image with a brief Happy Valentine's Day caption and a heart emoji. On the surface, it is a polished portrait meant to project calm and affection. I cannot say that about them without laughing. Critics, however, argue that the couple only began making public Valentine gestures after Meghan Sussex returned to Instagram and posted a tribute to Prince Harry. The timing of this latest release, they say, is convenient, arriving just as renewed Epstein-related headlines place a wider royal family under uncomfortable scrutiny. That's them looking warmly at each other. Now, recycled romance and rising skepticism over palace timing. Well, get this. This is only the second time the couple have publicly marked Valentine's Day. Their first was in 2025. Ooh, what happened in 2025? Do you guys remember what happened in 2025? Oh, I know. Meghan returned to Instagram. That's what happened in 2025. Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern. Yeah. When they started, when they shared a still taken from a September 24th video announcing Kate had ended her cancer treatment, that earlier image also leaned heavily on themes of resilience and family unity. The repetition now stands out, especially as both releases rely on old or recycled visuals rather than new photographs taken on the day itself. Observers quickly noted clothing details and seasonal backgrounds to make it clear the 2026 image was not recent. Certainly wasn't. So, the release also lands during a turbulent news cycle for the royal family. police inquiries involving Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and renewed reporting on links between royal charities and figures connected to Jeffrey Epstein have dominated headlines. Within hours of the Valentine's Day post, social media replies filled with accusations that the photograph was meant to divert attention from uncomfortable stories surrounding Williams' charities ties to Epstein rather than celebrate the couple's relationship. What's left of it. Comments range from blunt dismissals to outright hostility. Some users mocked what they called draft photos or fake smiles, while others, well, you know what? To me, it looks like they're making a hostage video. While others question why the palace invests energy in staged affection instead of addressing long-standing controversies. Repeated themes appeared across the replies: demand for accountability, frustration with perceived media distraction, and cynicism about whether the images represent genuine moments or carefully timed optics. The mainstream outlets, including BBC, called the photographs never before seen and treated it as a sweet milestone ahead of William and Kate's 15th wedding anniversary. Reports focused on Kate's cancer recovery and pushed the idea of a normal family life. That upbeat tone did not match the reaction on social media, where many users pushed back hard. Critics were also less interested in whether the couple looked happy or more concerned about why the image appeared now and why it led to the news at all. So, let's see. There we go. Graham Smith, I love Graham Smith, CEO of the anti-monarchy group Republic, summed up the mood when he quoted the BBC article and wrote, "This isn't news." His comments spread quickly and tapped into a wider frustration. Many people argue that these photos drops act as soft distractions that push tougher questions out of sight. Many accuse the press of helping shift attention away from ongoing controversies. People who hold this view point to the clear double standard in how the media treats politicians versus the royal family. When politicians in Downing Street get caught in scandals, reporters chase every detail, demand statements, and keep the pressure on for weeks. But when it's the royal family faces questions over Andrew or donors tied to Epstein, the tone suddenly softens. Instead of relentless questioning, the public gets Valentine's photos, family portraits, and glowing lifestyle pieces. The difference is obvious. One side gets interrogated, and the other gets image polishing. It creates the impression that elected officials are expected to answer for their actions, while the monarchy is cushioned by feel-good coverage that shields them from the same level of scrutiny. Final thought from Feminegra. Before Epstein files dropped, Prince William did not post a public birthday message for Kate Middleton last month. Instead, what stood out was a sudden tightening of image control, with talks of crisis PR support circulating even before Epstein's royal headlines picked up speed. Well, thank you, Feminegra. Now, take a look here, you guys. I have someone from TikTok that is going to put a sharp point on this very topic. So I will cue that up for you. And as usual, we will talk on the other side. Okay? We will talk on the other side.
William and Kate have gone and copied Harry and Meghan's Valentine's photo. Now, before you say, well, they're not kissing, they're not touching, no, they've done it in black and white. These two have a habit of copying everything that Harry and Meghan do. Harry and Meghan were the first member of the royal family in the modern period to do black and white photos. And then these two copycats started doing their photos in black and white. And this photo of Meghan and Harry at the top was uploaded by Meghan on Valentine's Day last year in 2025 to celebrate Valentine's Day. And the photo's in black and white. Meghan's kissing Harry and they're looking at each other while they're kissing. And William and Kate did a Valentine's Day photo last year for the very first time in the 14 years they'd been married into the royal family. And it was a coloured photo. It was a photo of them, William kissing her on the cheek in the woods. That was her cancer remission video. And that was the first time they'd ever posted a Valentine's photo. In 14 years, that was the first time last year in February 2025. But this year, they've gone and copied. They've studied Harry and Meghan's and they've decided to do it in black and white. Yet they did it in colour last year. Well, we all know why they've done it in black and white this year. Harry and Meghan. William and Kate have gone and copied Harry and Meghan's.
Okay. So there you have it. A lot of people are noticing. And, I get the whole idea because I know some of you are gritting your teeth. Don't give them the engagement. All they want is the attention. But I am holding out hope that not necessarily that they will be shamed out of doing it, but just that more people will see the desperation and call them out or even mock them or make fun of them because it's what they deserve. And until the day comes when they are fully exposed and more people understand exactly what happened at Kensington Palace, exactly how the Sussexes were driven out of the country, how they were bullied and chased away, I do think more people than ever before understand it, but I would like for it to be more universal. I'd like for it to be the go-to response no sooner than someone finds some type of criticism about the book Spare or the docuseries. I'd like for the next person to say, well, they were bullied out of the country. Well, his brother and sister-in-law were plotting against them. They were jealous. I'd like for that to be like the typical response, as opposed to that rare person who understands exactly what has happened. So that's what I'm hoping for. And it may not seem like this is effective, but at some point, I think they will get the message. It's not cool. It only shows your desperation. I really believe that whoever advises William is doing a great disservice to him. And his ego will not allow him to understand how foolish this tactic is. I know long term they're hoping to blur the lines, and I guess history will confuse the images of the Sussexes with images of the Welleses. But if we do what we're supposed to do, and that is call them out on it, not to engage in name calling and all that kind of stuff, and I'm talking about in social media. If you are in the Sussex squad, or if you're Sussex squad adjacent, we don't want to make it personal when we make these arguments against them. A lot of times, you guys have to know that you are arguing with a bot. There is not even a person on the other side of that account. It is just another one of those bots from a bot farm, or it's like some hired henchman in their basement, in their mama's basement, earning some extra cash, arguing with us about things they don't even know anything about. They just have talking points. So we just have to be careful. Plus, by doing that, you will protect your mental health and your peace of mind. You will protect your grace. You don't want to lose that. So, hey, so brother, more people are woken up by the UK media and Kensington Palace smear campaign against the Sussexes. I should hope so. I am praying that that is the case. I mean, there's some hardcore wackos out there, but I do hope that the message is clear and that they understand that this is all distraction. This is projection. It does not have any reality other than their imagination and, of course, their relationship with the tabloid media. Because you have Kensington Palace, you have Clarence House, they're at war with each other right now, but yet they still make time to plot against Harry and Meghan when they ought to really focus on what's happening over there. But hey, I get it. Harry and Meghan are popular, and they are going to definitely get attention, even if they just walk across the street. That is big news. So this person that I just shared, let me see, you can find her on TikTok. Let me make sure I get the name right. Kind of hard for me to see it, but no, it's almost impossible for me to see it. And I did share it with you before, but I just cannot make it out right now with Meghan. Nope. I cannot make out the rest of it. But anyway, I could tell you what her name is. Let me look at my phone again. Just to make sure. Okay, that's not helpful. Oh, well, I'll share it with you next time. Okay, moving on. So, Sussex soldier. One second, you guys. Let me do this. Okay. So, the Sussex soldier says Prince William's name is in the Epstein files, and some of the people in the Epstein files have ties to him. The Rangers, isn't karma beautiful? I'm rolling. Life is beautiful. He. Oh, anyway. The leftovers want people to believe that they don't know. And so, okay, investor Nicole Junkerman, is that her name? Known as the Countess Nicole Bragetti Peretti, resigned as a trustee of the Royal Marsden Cancer Charity after reports highlighted her emails with Epstein, including affectionate terms like baby and Mr. Wonderful. Post his 2008 conviction. So this was after the conviction. This person is calling him baby and Mr. Wonderful. She joined the board in December of 2023, The charity aids the Royal Marsden NHS Hospital, where Prince William serves as president, a role once held by Diana, and where Catherine, Katie, Lazy Kate, received care before announcing remission this year. William and Kate became joint patrons in January of 2025. And of course, no accusations of, let me see, I hope that continues. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, well. Look at there. There's William in the thick of it. A few years ago, people tried to warn him. And that's what's interesting, is that William seems to walk into things that he should avoid based on history. Like, for instance, leaking and briefing against his brother. They both promised each other that we would not do as our parents. We will not use our offices to leak and brief against each other. That is the main tool in William's arsenal, is leaking and briefing against his brother, against his sister-in-law, and against his father. And for some reason, I kind of think he's afraid of his mother-in-law. So I think she gets a free pass. Maybe. I don't know. But that is the main tool in his arsenal, is his relationship with the tabloid media and leaking and briefing. The thing that caused his mother's life to be a living hell is exactly what he depends upon. He doesn't have charm. He doesn't have wit. He has a relationship with the tabloids. Anyway, this is the person who just stepped down. German countess who called Epstein baby quits Prince of Wales cancer charity. Yep, that's her. She just quit her role because of her ties to Epstein. Every day, it seems like there's another reason to understand that it is not Harry or Meghan's problem, that, or should I say, it's not a problem for them, this whole Epstein thing. It is a problem for William and for his dad. The Sussexes have nothing, and I do mean nothing, to do with it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to explain to you why you should not worry about that. Listen, they are going to try to spin it into some kind of association with the Sussexes. They just haven't really found a good way to do it yet, but that has never stopped them from trying. But I do have an answer to that coming up soon. And let me see. There we go. So you got Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, UAE CEO of DP World, sent Epstein a torture video. And this is somebody that William has been hanging out with for years. Now, when I say hang out, I don't know exactly how much time they spent together, but they have been associated and connected. That image you see of William there, that is from, what was that, 2022? He gave $1 million to the Earthshot Prize. Exactly what do you get in exchange for $1 million from the future king? But remember, Andrew is the only one who has allowed his position to be taken advantage of by some terrible people. Now, and it's not to say that this person is, I don't have, direct knowledge of what the Sultan has been up to. This is just what's in the Epstein report. And it just happens to be a very interesting relationship between the Sultan and the Prince of Wales. That's all. Just coincidence. Incriminating coincidence, but coincidence. Let's see. Andrew invited Epstein to Buckingham Palace after those perverted things. Emails between the former prince and financier revealed in latest tranche of release documents. Now, what do they have highlighted there? Prince William says Prince William saying she requires information and that she was going back at least 10 years. Oh, Miss Maxwell, Prince William saying, okay. She said she had spoken to a number of people, and if Carrie knew any more with information she could provide big money. Oh, I don't like the sound of this. She followed Carrie from the Marine over to the other side of the Red Hook Main Street. What is that? I can barely see that. Anyway, William, you in trouble, girl. You in trouble, girlfriend. Girl, you in trouble. I wouldn't want to be you right now, Miss Thing. Let's see. Prince William is urged. Oh, by the way, what year is this from? I think this was, oh my goodness, what year was that? Anyway, take a look right there. You can see the Sultan. Prince William is urged to sever ties with the £5 million a year boss of P&O Ferries parent company. They told him about this a long time ago. They told him to sever ties. Oh yeah, it was 2022. See there, Sussex soldier, also part of the Sussex Squad Detective Agency. But we all knew they were vetting people, doing background checks, etc. They knew exactly who and what those people were and didn't give a buck. Yeah, they didn't give a buck. They were getting bucks. William knew that Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem was a bad seed. He was warned about him in 2022 and didn't give a buck. You see that? 2022. That's where this article comes from. It's from 2022. They tried to warn him back then. But William, being the pompous person he is, didn't think rules applied to him. He walked with his eyes wide open into this relationship. Just a little vetting would have given you a lot of information. Now, as a member of the royal family, as the future king, William, who, let me see, in 2022, I wonder if this was before or after the Queen died, but William, the future king, do you all remember that he made a trip over to MIA headquarters or MI6, something like that? He went over to the intelligence agency. I remember that. While he was king in training, he went over there. So it's not like he does not have a relationship with the intelligence community. He does. They are supposed to brief him. He gets red boxes now. It's probably just a matter that they introduce information about these people, and then it's up to the royal, in this case, William. It's up to them to decide whether or not they want to continue the relationship. It has been said that Queen Elizabeth knew all about Andrew, the sick old man. And even if William somehow was not privileged to this information, you would think that Clarence House, who oversees everything royal, everything monarchy, you would think that they would say, hey, we vetted this guy and he's not a good fit. But like most men in William's life, William probably said, oh, he'll fit nicely. You see what I did there? Anyway, no, he'll be fine. So you can't tell him anything. And now he's in trouble. Dummy. Oh, you know what? I wanted to share this with you guys. Remember they were saying that William was given this very stern look to his uncle and that he wasn't speaking to him. You guys, that was not exactly what happened. William was very cordial with Uncle Andy. I'm going to show you. I don't have. I'm sure I have another tape somewhere, video somewhere, but I'm going to just show you the one that I found today. All is not what it appears. Now, and listen, it doesn't exactly show him laughing and smiling, but it does demonstrate a familiarity that has not changed at all over the years. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I got it. William, Kate, Andrew, the sick old man.
And during the service, we can see William and Catherine just standing there at the front of the mourners was a Scottish bagpipe lament, the same lament that was performed during Queen Elizabeth's funeral in 2002. You can see the King standing alongside William and Catherine there.
I believe this is when Kate said to him, the cameras, or reminded him or something like that.
Expecting the cortege will slowly move off. The Queen has pulled out of attendance.
See how it seems like he just kind of scoot over, but wait, let me show you this other one. Let me show you another one, because that's not exactly the one I was looking for.
That happened during this.
Okay, check this one out. Okay, so there's Fergie, and Andrew is just behind William. Look at there. Look at there. Does that seem like they are not talking to each other? No, they're not laughing and joking and everything. Okay, a little bit. Fergie, of course, got the giggles. She always does. But now compare that to
Funeral, the first to be held for a member of the monarchy.
At this point, when William got the word that the cameras are watching, he said, "What? The cameras are watching." You know I can't understand you, Kate. What? The cameras. But you know her. She said, the Ramras. Now, now you get it. See, William had to try to process what Kate was saying because you can't always understand her. Sometimes she substitute words. You know what I mean? The ones that's hard to pronounce, she substitute them. And so he couldn't fully understand what she was saying. But once he figured it out, then he was like, oh, now I get it. Let me move over. That's why at the time, I said, that's not exactly what happened. This is what I have from that day. And it does not show them exactly as the press was saying that William was being very standoffish and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't look like that here. But once they realized that wasn't going to look good for William, then they started telling the tabloids, oh, you know what? William felt like this. William felt like that. All of that after the fact stuff. That's not exactly what happened that day. You see there? The video does not lie. This is not AI. Not with that crappy quality. The cameras are what she say? The rammers are the rammers are watching. No, wait, no. The rammers are watching. What? The rammers are oh. Yep. Now you see it. I've been telling you guys for the longest. I just have not, I don't know. I did not take an opportunity to find this video until today. But I've been saying that for some time, that's not exactly what happened that day. But they have all those pictures of William with that very stern look on his face, as though he just could not bear to look at his uncle. Oh, he was looking all right and laughing and smiling too. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say I don't have it. I may still have another video somewhere where it's almost like he cracked a little grin at some point. His uncle was saying something and William was grinning. And of course, Fergie was in fits and giggles and such, but they did a little gaslighting, a little projection, and now they got people believing that only Charles spoke to him that day and that William ignored him. Not really. So, and then there's this. So, Pippa Middleton helped her sister, Kate Middleton, write script for cancer announcement video. And that's what People magazine is reporting. She wrote every word herself. A palace source confirmed to People that the Princess of Wales video speech, which was released on Friday and filmed 2 days prior in the garden of Windsor Castle, a family friend adds she wrote the words herself, delivered it personally, and wanted to decide when the time was right to hit the world with this news. But that's not what happened. Now we find out Pippa wrote it. Now, on the left side, I'm sorry, on the right side, this is what the squatties are sharing on social media, reminding people that the palace insists that Kate wrote the speech herself. And Sussex Soldier, Kay Ross Levy, and Elena Ross, they all chimed in. Either you, People Magazine, or Kensington Palace can't keep up with your own lies. Elena says, liars don't have memory. Stop it, people. You forget you already wrote this. And of course, our beloved Sussex Soldier says, a question, why hasn't a single one of you, not one single reporter, ever asked her, what kind of fake cancer? Oops, I meant what kind of cancer she had. It is because deep down, you all know that the cancer story is a lie. That's what's being alleged, is that it's a lie. There's a lot of people who do not believe the cancer story. My dear lamented aunt even said, I don't think she ever had cancer. You hear it more and more, but it is considered impolite or just plain inconsiderate to question it. Now, Kate is a public servant. She's a public official, right? She is a princess of the realm. And even though she's not supposed to be political, you can hardly avoid it if you're being paid by the taxpayers. And people do have a right to know. The Sussexes are not taking taxpayer money, but the Waleses certainly are. What, about 30 million US dollars a year? And so people want to know. People want to ask the question, did she ever have cancer? You would be forgiven for being wrong. If indeed you have questioned the cancer, and let's say we find out that you were wrong. Let's find out whether or not it's true. And it turns out that she did have cancer. I could not blame anyone for doubting the cancer story, because the rollout of Kate's 172-day absence was so strange. It was so strange. None of it made any sense. And the information was contradicted by the next information, and then the next information that came out. One thing contradicted the other. And we all remember very clearly they said, Kate does not have cancer. She's not being treated for cancer. Charles is not being treated for cancer. And we took them at their word. Just like they made this thing up about how everyone in her family rallied to support her. The royals, no, I won't say the royals. The tabloids, they have a storyline and they stick to it. They will change it and they will adjust it, but they always have a storyline. Whether or not they have contacted the palace, it's already assumed what they have to say. Just like we have been hearing for about a year, how close Charles and William are, and how William has taken over the lead in the royal family, and how he's calling the shots. None of that was true. They were barely speaking. Now they don't speak at all. And yet, for over a year, they tried to convince us that things were going just great. They even lied and said that they spent time in Balmoral. That was not true. When William went up to Scotland, he went to a hunting party. He did not go to see his dad. And Tom Sykes, who seems to have all the inside information, he even said it was not true. They're not close. Tom Sykes was practically rallying for William to just convince his father, it's time. Either die or abdicate. I got to have the throne. It's already tomorrow. You got to go. Now, Tom Sykes gets some things right, but he gets a lot of stuff wrong. A lot of things is wishful thinking. I believe he had been influenced by Kensington Palace. Maybe he wants to be the new Rebecca English, right? He did get kicked out of the WhatsApp group. My point is, though, I don't want to stray too far from my point. If we have got it wrong, it is not our fault. It was chaotic, the rollout to Kate's illness and absence. It was chaotic. And they have no one to blame but themselves. And if there is any skepticism or doubt, whose fault is that? Whose responsibility was it to just tell the truth? But they were not telling the truth. And they're still not being truthful. So with their influence on People magazine, we were led to believe that Kate wrote every word of that herself. Now People magazine, they're telling us, Pippa helped her sister. And there's a history there. Because Kensington Palace wanted everybody to believe that probably the most well-spoken member of the royal family today, one who is capable of playing her own tunes, the Duchess of Sussex. They tried to make us believe that Meghan got help writing her dear dad a letter. And of all people, she asked the devil, Jason, to help her. Meghan, who is the best educated woman in that family today, if not ever, needed help from Jason to write a letter to her father. And why did she need help? The answer is she didn't. But they said she did because they wanted to help the Daily Mail win that lawsuit. And so when it was made clear that the very powerful lawyers that worked for Meghan would love to get this person on the witness stand, they wanted to cross-examine that person. They wanted to start asking questions that would have proved uncomfortable for Kensington Palace. All of a sudden, he didn't help. So that's why I said there's some history there. It is not unlike them to make up stuff, to lie. If you lied then you're probably lying about this too. And it turns out they were lying, that Kate did need some help. Kate always needs help. Kate is the least capable woman in that family. The least capable. It really does take a village. It takes a village. just to roll her out to one of those events, if they can get her off the couch. She's not that person. And that is probably why she's so stressed and anxious, because they're trying to portray her as this Nobel Peace Prize laureate when she's just Katie from down the block. I'm sorry, but she's just not that bright. And everybody knows it.
You'll face the daily challenge of finding the balance between profitability and having a positive impact. Leaders, you'll face the daily challenge of finding the balance between profitability and having a positive impact.
You see what I'm saying? Kate wrote that herself, did she? I guess she wrote that too. It's only 2026. She'll get there. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not for me. Let's see. Let me go back over here. Meghan was questioned and mocked when she said she had those feelings and a miscarriage. Yet the media showered Miss Pretzel Stick McMumbles with support when she announced she had cancer. Absolutely. And when she was being mocked during that 172 days absence, they wanted everyone to just stop talking, stop asking questions, leave her alone. Isn't that what they said? Oh, what was her name? The one who edits The Sun. She wrote that article, "Back Off Kate, Leave Kate Alone," or whatever that article was. Headline, really. It was a big headline. Back off Kate, leave Kate alone. The same people who write article after article, well, in her case, she approves those articles. She approved that vicious attack from Jeremy Clarkson, right? She was with Charles the night his mother was slipping away. He was with her, and he was also with NBC television, preparing to do yet another interview, another news piece while his mother was dying. Instead of, Victoria Newton, thank you. Victoria Newton. Instead of being at his mother's bedside like his sister, Afro Annie, this man was over at Berks Hall or wherever that was, setting up for an interview. And then when he comes back to Balmoral, what does he do? Oh, she's not doing well. Oh, I guess I'm going to go and forage some mushrooms. See you later. And of course, the Sussex squad always brings receipts. Ooh, they can't stand us for those receipts. Kate wrote every word of speech revealing cancer diagnosis. Kate Middleton wrote every word of her heartfelt statement revealing. Kate Middleton reportedly wrote every word of her cancer announcement. Kate Middleton wrote every word of her emotional speech announcing cancer. And it just went on and on until Pippa Middleton helped Kate write script for cancer announcement. Pippa Middleton, hidden support role for Kate's cancer statement. Pippa Middleton helped her sister, Kate Middleton, write script for. Isn't that interesting? If you just wait long enough, you get the truth. Carmela said, even the cancer announcement is a lie. Then Kate wrote every word, a great accomplishment. Now Pippa helped Kate write script. Script? Pippa Middleton, when criticized for vacationing during Kate's cancer scam, said Kate wasn't sick in a traditional way. You see, if there's any doubt about the cancer, it's only because of the repeated misinformation. When William did not show up, he canceled 15 minutes before his godfather's memorial service. 15 minutes. Unheard of for a modern day royal. 15 minutes notice. They said, and please don't make me get the slides. Please don't make me go and get the slides. But I have them. I do have them. They said that William is not coming today, and it has nothing to do with Kate's illness. Now, did they lie when they said it had nothing to do with Kate's illness? Well, that depends on how you want to look at it. Because eventually, after everybody was laughing, where's Kate Middleton? Ha, ha, ha. After Kate Middleton and Rose Hanbury and William, that's what pushed it over the brink. When the Countess of Cholmondeley, or as Stephen Colbert would say, when the Marchioness of, what did he say? The Marchioness of, no. He said the marching band. Anyway, he had some fun with that name. When it became a big joke, then all of a sudden, Kate has cancer. The same people that told us that William would move heaven and earth to be with Kate, right? Even though there was no evidence of William visiting Kate in the hospital, there was no evidence of her mother, her father, her sister, or her brother, or even her brother's dog visiting her at the hospital. None. The only word that we have that we're supposed to trust is Rebecca English, who just happened to be in the neighborhood, who just happened to glance over and just happened to have met eyes with William when it was convenient to make people believe that he was actually going to visit his wife at the hospital. The only time we saw William near that hospital was when he came to pick her up. We did not see Kate. We only saw a potted plant. And I'm going to point out something else. I said this before, I'll say it again. There was not a flood of flowers sent to that hospital. There has been no story about those flowers being sent to a pensioner's home, being distributed amongst this person or that person. Nothing. There was no vigil outside of the hospital. And they said, well, we don't see that because they're trying to be respectful to other people visiting loved ones at the hospital. Are you? Then how do you explain all the cameras that arrived every day for Camilla to pop out of the state Bentley like a jack-in-the-box? And sometimes twice a day. Camilla kept popping out of that state Bentley like a jack-in-the-box. Like somebody cranked the handle. Blum, 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 blum. blah, 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 blah. Pop goes the weasel. How do you explain that? Camilla's back and forth. She's doing costume changes and smiling every day. And why did she do that? Because she was exposing a lie. She was exposing the fact that no one else was coming to that hospital. Not William, who would move heaven and earth, not his mother. I'm sorry, not her mother, not her father, her brother's dog that, gets out more than I do, or her sister, the speechwriter. None of them appeared at the hospital. But Rebecca English had an answer for everything. She always does. She had an answer for everything. They were monitoring the social media very closely. And every time a talking point came out, she'd have an answer for it. Well, I just happened to be in the neighborhood and I glanced over and I saw William with this very desperate look on his face on his way to visit his wife, and our eyes met. Is that what happened? Is that really what happened? You just happened to be in the neighborhood and you just happened to see him. I don't believe it.
Hey, girl, sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
So, one of the sources said Kate wrote every word herself. Now today, I'm sorry, I missed the top part of that. Kensington Palace can't even keep up with their own lies anymore. One of their sources said Kate wrote every word herself. Now today, because they still want to milk this whenever there's a crisis, suddenly Pippa helped her. Stop with the lies. Just stop. Or how about this? It's not what you reported then. Honestly, who is in charge of their communication? It's shambolic and disgraceful, but that tracks, to be honest. Next. I'm sure they meant to say these people are deranged. Next. I believe this old story more than I believe this lie about Kate and the cancer video. KP, Kensington Palace, can't even keep up with their lies straight. Can't keep their lies straight. That PR crisis manager isn't working out too well for this woman. Which one is it, says the next person. Or how about this? Pippa had to play crisis manager for Katie. Didn't Pippa say that Kate wasn't sick in that way? More lies keep piling up. Sooner, people are going to stop believing anything these royals say. Some of us are there already. Some of us don't believe them at all. Ever. Every word herself in speech revealing her cancer diagnosis, sources say. Now that was March the 24th, 2024. And what was Pippa doing on February the 17th? While her sister was in the hospital. Her sister was in the hospital, or as you all say, her sister was in hospital. Her Royal Highness, Pippa Middleton, 40, looks sensational in a 232-pound Vicks bikini as she enjoys the sun in St. Bart's with her husband and young children. And then, of course, one of the squatties was being a bit of a smart ass. Pippa holding vigil. Pippa holding vigil for Sister Kate. Yeah, she is. And then what's that other one there? Pippa Middleton flaunts her toned body. And oh yeah, and the brother. Kate Middleton's brother James shares a glimpse of his first adventure with his son's. Oh gosh, I can't see that. Oh well, but anyway, abdominal surgery, but doesn't mention his sister's Yeah, he didn't even mention his sister's abdominal surgery. You guys, they were telling us. They were trying to tell us. Let me make that bigger because I want to see that. James shares a glimpse of his first adventure with his son Inigo, wife Elise. What is that? The very whatever her name is, and their dogs, but doesn't mention his sister's abdominal surgery. So Pippa and James, the two of the people that they mentioned that was falling in line and rallying support. Rebecca English had this whole song and dance about Carol, Mike, Pippa, and James, how everyone in the family were pooling their resources to help Kate. Well, Pippa went to St. Bart's. James was doing whatever the hell he wanted to do. And her mama and daddy did not show up at the hospital. I don't care what anybody say. They were not there. They were never there. The way this system works, the tabloids try to humanize the royals whenever possible. What makes you look more human than your mother, the old air hostess, showing up at the hospital to see you? What makes you more human? Your sister going to St. Bart's? Your brother French kissing a dog? What makes you look more human? I would say your mother, the air hostess, and Silent Mike coming to the hospital. But wait, we don't know because the press were showing respect to the other patients and their families. But Camilla brought the press every time she showed up. They told us that Charles saw Kate at the hospital. And if she was at the hospital, that is the only family member that saw Kate. Not William, not her parents, and not her siblings. They were not there. And if I'm wrong, prove it. Nobody had a phone, no cameras, no press, no nothing. They were not there. Either they didn't care or Kate was never in the hospital. Let me see. You know what? I'm going to do that other stuff tomorrow, but I got a feeling that Legs and possibly Hazel might be itching to share a little something. So why don't we give them a chance to chime in if they choose to? And then I could talk about that other stuff tomorrow. It's not so important. If you choose to. Because this is just getting too juicy and I'm enjoying it. I don't want to be selfish and keep it all for myself. But they were not there. They did not go to the hospital. And more, increasingly, I'm starting to think that Kate was not there either. I really do find it hard to believe. The rollout was just bizarre. And there have never been anything like that with the royal family, even on their worst. Even at their worst, they've never had such a miserable rollout. Hey, Legs.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. Please tell us what you think about all this.
It's so many thoughts. First one, like this alleged cancer, like you do realize that like they'll show the picture of that possible AI video, but they don't show the video anymore. And remember, during that time, they actually gave a deadline for when they were going to show it. They were like, "Oh, after this point, you won't be able to see the video anymore," because they don't want people to investigate it too fully, right?
Right.
But then the other thing about it is that they try to say it was shot by the BBC with no one crediting it. But then two, beyond that, what they highlighted was BBC Studios. So the reason they said the BBC is because they want the credibility of the BBC. They don't want to highlight the BBC Studios is not the BBC.
Absolutely.
Right. But in other things, that so during that time we had so much going on, right? We first recognized that she wasn't around. It started off in more or less January. Like we didn't recognize that video going in December 28th until later. But in January, she had a meeting for that Shaping Up campaign, and she didn't show up, right? So people tried to say like, oh, well, she had this she had a surgery, and that's why she didn't show up. But then people are like, but then why would she hold a meeting when she had a surgery pre-planned? Then she missed some other events. And so people started recognizing that she wasn't around at all. But then what was that? Then that weird funniness started happening. What was that? William wasn't around, but then something happened with, what was it, Thomas Kingston? And then he didn't go to
yes. You can't miss Thomas Kingston because somehow he seems central to this whole thing.
Right? And then it was weird because then he didn't go to that funeral. Like, what's that? Even though they said he was busy or something, but he was like literally down the street. But then was it Becky, Big Back Becky, that said, what was that? Oh, and also Thomas Kingston doesn't have any. Was it Williams not going to the funeral not because of Thomas Kingston? And it was like, wait, what? Like no one even brought up Thomas Kingston about the funeral, right?
There was 4 of them. There were 4, at least 4. I have 4 of them. I can't remember the. Well, I'm going to say that Richard Eden was one, and definitely Big Back Becky, and 2 other ones. All of them very prominent, and all of them on message, reminding us that his absence has nothing to do with Thomas Kingston. And furthermore, they wanted the palace said it had nothing to do with the surgery. Hey, Hazel.
Hazel.
This is fun, isn't it? We haven't talked about this in a while. And I know you like messiness. I know you like it messy. I said, let me get them on here because this is Hazel all over.
You know, I don't even know where to begin. These people have just been so wild this week.
Right?
I mean, well, let's start with William. He knew that man from before 2022, okay?
Yep. 2016, right?
When did they start Earthshot?
They started in about 2020, was it?
Whenever he turned 40 or just before 40.
Oh, God, I don't know when that was.
I think he turned 40 in 2021.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's recent because he didn't have anything.
I mean, but those
or 2022, whatever it was. I forget what it was. Sorry.
You know, my point is those things don't get just thrown together willy-nilly like in a week or something like that. It takes a lot of planning and stuff and everything. So he knew him at least a good 2 years before they started Earthshot. Earthshot. Watch your lip, watch your mouth is. That's not what I normally call it. So he knew that man, and the man seems to be a terrible person, just on the strength of the emails he sent. Do you notice how comfortable everyone is talking with that deceased person?
Right.
You know, oh, I love the torture video you sent. Or he sent the torture video to the deceased person. I love the torture video. And I got a fresh Russian on my yacht that I'm going to go and enjoy now. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that was way too off the cuff.
You know, what the hell? What kind of people are they? And backtracking to P. Drew for a second, and this is why I said he should not be sent to the Middle East, because he would be living his best Nazi life, okay, in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
No holds bar. He'd have lots of people that believe and like the same things he liked and whatnot, and they would gladly pay for it for him so that they can all party together. So does he need to go? No, and then give him better living accommodations than that damn house that Charles is putting him in. Have you seen that house?
And
It's
you know what
big.
else?
It's
I
big, but
believe-
he's gonna have arthritis in it.
I believe too that if he did go over there to one of those countries, that the back channel communication with the government can continue, and this way they will have someone of high rank on the inside instead of having to downplay his role and everything like that. He will gladly, in exchange for all of the fun that he's accustomed to, he will still be in service of the government, and nobody would even know the difference. It'll just be between him and those officials over there.
Mm-hmm.
I put on the screen what Legs mentioned about them claiming that it had nothing to do with Thomas Kingston. You had Richard Eden, Rebecca English, Kate Manzi, and Roy Anika, all of them saying the same thing about something nobody asked in the first place. Nobody was thinking about it until they said it.
Mm-hmm. Like, why would he? They had no reason to say that, considering that all of Kingston's immediate in-laws were at that service.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because their mother, the Duke of Kent, Prince Michael and Princess Alexandra's mother, was a princess of Greece.
Mm-hmm.
So they are very close relatives. And actually the royals, they didn't have anyone representing them. I see them backtracking now in stories saying that Anne represented them, but she didn't.
Anne went to the funeral.
She did. Wait, let me finish. Mm-hmm. Anne went there as a member of the IOC, of the International Olympic Committee, that King Constantine was a part of.
Oh, okay.
They were Olympians. And King Constantine, Grand Duke Jean of Luxembourg, the present Grand Duke's grandfather. They were all on the IOC. Because Anne went to his funeral too.
Well, let me do this first, just in case somebody doesn't get it. when King Constantine died, they had a state funeral in Greece.
And there was some messiness too.
Yeah, William was his godson. So
Correct.
you would expect him to be there to represent his father, or was it the queen? No, well, either one of them,
It was
whoever
the
was
queen.
alive.
Wait.
Was the queen alive when he died? Well, either way.
No, because they went to the queen's funeral.
Okay, so
went
he
to the
was
queen's
supposed to
funeral.
represent, and he did not go. And so going to his memorial service, which was at the St. George Chapel, would have been a chance for him to redeem himself in the eyes of the Greek royal family by showing up to pay respects to his godfather. And
not only was he godfather, was King Constantine his godfather, he was godfather to one of Crown Prince Pavlov's sons.
Who? William?
William, yeah.
So King Constantine was William's godfather, and William was godfather to one of King Constantine's sons.
Grandsons.
Grandsons. Okay.
One of Pavlov's sons, but one of Constantine's grandsons.
Got it.
And Lady Gabriella Windsor was there, but King Constantine was her godfather also.
And all of this explains why it is so bizarre that 15 minutes before the service, he decides he's not going. Now, Legs, you were going to say something, and I think I cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that important. I was just about to say, is this not weird that, you have people representing the Olympic Committee when they've never been to the Olympics themselves? I don't know. But anyway, go ahead.
No, they've been to the Olympics and went, but she fell off a horse and hit her head. I don't think she didn't medal. King Constantine, I think, medaled in sailing.
Oh, that's right.
And Grand Duke John.
I said that.
You have a lot of royals who've been to the Olympics.
King Constantine, didn't he win a medal?
I think so, in sailing.
Yes.
I think Juan Carlos went too, but and one of the Scandinavian kings also. King Harold, possibly.
Well, Lord knows they got time to do stuff like that.
This is true.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I wonder. This is me wondering, so it's my speculation. We noticed in that time William was also swayed, and as Harry alluded in Spare, during William's wedding, it seems that William, when it's any of those big events, he tends to take relaxers under certain of the liquid variety. So I wonder if he couldn't pull it together enough.
That's what I was thinking. That's very much what I was thinking. Look at that. Look at that. Look at them circles around the eyes.
Look at that sway.
Yep, Prince Sway.
Thank you, Leah Torrey. She says it was King Harold, then Crown Prince Harold, that competed in the Olympics. Was it skiing or was it sailing? But yeah, look at that.
So, I think what was happening during this time is that, like, Charles had already heard about what happened on December 28th. William was basically like, I don't need anyone's help. I can do this on my own. And each time he was trying to keep it quiet, even from some of those royal rodents. But he knows they will protect him, but he's still trying to somehow manage this. But then eventually Charles told Camilla, all right, just leave alone for a little bit. And then Charles came in to try to help. Because that's why when Charles and Camilla went to, Kenya, all of a sudden he was doing PR trying to get Kate back in the fold. like, because at that point, people were like, oh, well, we might not see Kate in a while. Oh, she might not be, because they didn't know what she was going to do. And so that's when Charles started being like, Kate is a daughter that I never had. And he started giving her all these different awards.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah, he gave her, when his first set of awards, he gave her one that I had never heard of before. I never heard of since. I had to go look it up. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Well, didn't people say like that? Like, it doesn't make sense to give like Queen in Waiting that award. So it's like, well, that's why we haven't heard of it before.
Exactly. I was like, I've never heard of that, But I noticed he passed over a whole bunch of people to give the Duchess of Gloucester the Garter, and no woman that far down the line has ever gotten the Garter. Unless they were a blood princess, like Princess Alexandra. So there's a lot going on in that family. There are a lot of fronts in that family. And whatnot.
I think Camilla during that time was trying to be evil in the sense that, like, oh, well, Kate's at this hospital. All right, well, I'm going to show up with the cameras. Well, I'm visiting my family. And then, as Baron was alluding to earlier, not one person came to see Kate. We didn't see Pippa. We didn't see her mom. We didn't see her brother. Like, none of them came to see her daughter, their sister, meaning that she either wasn't there or it was a lie. And then Big Back Becky tried to talk about, oh, well, I had just happened to see William driving by on his way to see Kate. We're like, wait, what? Like, I forget what was that thing that they normally talk, like to hear them talk, and even the others were like, oh, what, really? Like, she just made it up on the spot.
Oh, and then backing up to Duchess of Kent's funeral. Back around that time, Baron, I sent you a lot of clips, and you probably have some of them with William smiling with Andrew, and probably twice, because I remember twice Kate said something to her, like something to him under her breath. One was like, "Get the hell away from Andrew," and the other ones, she sent him to go talk to his daddy after his daddy had pointedly ignored him earlier on the steps, because all the Kent, yes, Prince Michael of Kent's two children, Gabriella and Frederick, and their families, well, and those little kids or whoever was there, Frederick's wife, were surrounding Charles and being nice and being solicitous. Here's our monarch. He's ill. He's standing here. His wife isn't here, because she was the smart one that decided not to go to that, where she'd have to be there with Andrew and Fergie. Camilla like, bump that. But and they're being nice and talking to him, and who else? Princess Alexandra's granddaughters, they were around him and everything, and just not letting him stand there by himself. And you saw that same little thing, like what you showed, that same little movement, and then he moved over and said something to his dad. But and then the Gloucesters, they had moved themselves totally to the left of the frame. And every time the cameras got closer, they looked like they tried to move further away.
You see that on the screen? William discovered Kate had cancer before he pulled out of the King Constantine of Greece memorial service. That's when they changed it. They lied and said that that he had found out about Kate. Why would Kate tell him that 15 minutes before the memorial service? That doesn't even make sense.
I could see her doing that. I can see her doing that to throw things up, but I don't think he cares about it that much to worry about it. He just has a poor royal work ethic. He wouldn't make it in real life. William couldn't make it in real life because he has no work ethic. If you can't follow the royal work ethic, you cannot deal with everyday real life. You can't. Because you have 1 or 2 engagements. Your people have done all the research. All you have to do is read the couple paragraphs they've written up about wherever you're going and go and ask 2 or 3 inane questions and move on with your day. Well, you can't even do that. You can't even go to a church service.
You know, what's weird about this is that like they try to make this timing work, but it's like we've had several engagements that by this point that Kate and William didn't go up to. Why all of a sudden did she tell him before this one?
Mm-hmm.
And also, as a doting husband, wouldn't he have been there in the first place when she was being told? Oh, right. He'll let her sit on this fake bench by herself to explain it. So why would he be there?
You know, I mean, it's very unroyal behavior. Prince Philip would never, the Queen would never, if they had said that they were going to be somewhere and people were expecting to see them at that place, come hell or high water, they're going to go and be there. Because they made the commitment to be at said place at said time.
Very true.
Very unroyal behavior. How about that? While I'm on it.
Yeah, look at how many times Philip was in the hospital and the Queen went about her business.
That's right. She had a full diary. Those people are booked 6 months out. Now that because they don't want to be heckled anymore, they're not putting it in the royal circular. But Charles and Camilla and all those, the real working royals, not the 2 sham ones, they're booked out 6 months. You're absolutely right, Sussex team warrior. Sophie turned into a statue. She just pretended that Fergie wasn't there next to her, chattering away. Stone face. I still don't like her because I still can't get past what how she handled Meghan in that church. Never, ever do I forgive her.
Or in that car.
In the Lord's house. Oh, no, bitch.
No, remember Princess Charlotte looking like, girl, get it together. Like, Charlotte was like surprised by that look. That's right too. ZPDN also pointed out like William's weight loss during that time.
Oh yeah.
And he had those bruises around his neck, besides the sunken eyes.
Like someone tried to throttle him. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think he was sleeping and he was drinking a lot. Personally.
Yeah. Getting into fights, it seems.
Oh, that's true too.
You know.
No, it was all collapsing in on him.
I mean, who hit Princess Anne in the back of her head with a 2x4 or a shovel?
And had all them Newports scattered about the grass.
And poor Tim. I mean, poor Tim has gotten it twice since, you know?
That hat.
Yeah, I forgot about that. He had a black eye, didn't he?
Twice.
Twice.
I mean, that man was in the Navy. He was an equerry to the Queen. He and Anne have been running that farm, raising sheep and stuff, and gardening and stuff. And all of a sudden, now he's tripping over shovels and whacking himself in the face with spades and stuff. Give me a break. What in the hell is going on?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't turn on the lights in Anne's house. It's a bit cluttered. So
I firmly believe that that's the fake room that they show people to make themselves seem relatable. Look, you know, we got a TV room and it's full of stuff and old stuff and nothing's posh and nothing's gold.
The sad part is I think that they think that that's posh. Like that room smells of mothballs. You can tell.
I know what they have in there. They have one of those little Fabergé animals in that cabinet. I saw one of them up there. I like shiny, expensive things. My eye goes to them immediately. And I'm like, that That looks like one of those little Fabergé animals from Sandringham, because I'm sure the Queen was giving away things bit by bit. I think in England, someone who's in from the UK, correct me if I'm wrong, if you give the gift 5 years before you die, or you give the property 5 years before you die, you don't have to pay any inheritance tax on it.
If you're a royal, you don't have to pay anything ever.
No, they still have to pay. Charles doesn't pay, but everybody else pays. There's a way around it, though. 5 years. And that's what a lot of those people, that's why you see those type noble families, you see them starting to have the heir take over.
Oh, okay.
Because they take over and they're running everything, and everything's been signed over to them. That's right. The cabinet, the one that's closed and locked, that little animal, tiniest one you see there. I bet you anything that's a Fabergé. I bet you.
Let me see if I could zoom in on it. I'll try to find it.
I bet you anything. But yeah, that's the faux room that makes you think that, oh, because she's taken official photographs in that house before, and the part where she took it at didn't look like that.
Was it cleaner?
Definitely, and with higher ceilings, and it was feeling stately, you know. So yeah, don't. These people, they play sleight of hand, okay?
Well, it's such a conundrum, this room. You got a flat screen TV with all this stuff from the 1960s or 50s or whatever it is, and it's just like, ugh, it just like things need to be reupholstered, and I don't care if they are comfortable.
Right. You see those that art on the wall? I bet you that didn't come from Walmart.
Probably not.
And she just got it all there, all junked up. You'd never know what was good and what wasn't good.
Now, is it the one up at the top? On the top left? Is that it?
Not the left, the right. On the right.
The right.
Oh no, that's the one. That's the one with the doors closed. See that little animal, right? Oh, I'm pointing to, like, you can see where I'm pointing. Going from the left, and there's a tiny little animal right there. I bet you anything that's one of those Fabergé animals.
At the bottom or the top?
At the top. At the top. In the cabinet, at the top shelf in the cabinet.
Okay.
It looks like a tiny little elephant or something.
Okay, because I see something that looks like a horse. It looks like.
Are you talking about the one on the right? On the left door, the top right. Is that
right? The left door, top right.
Oh, okay. Left door, top right. Okay, I see it.
I bet you anything that's one of them.
And I think, let me see. Someone said it looked like they had a couple of dog urns in there, or maybe a horse or dog. Well, there's an urn on top of the TV.
Probably a favorite horse or dog or something.
Yeah, this room makes my allergies kick in.
this room looks like it needs an estate sale, you know?
Oh, they're gonna have a hell of a estate sale when she dies. She's got 5 damn tiaras of her own.
And look at how the arms of the chair is just like all weathered, and the print on the fabric has like vanished. That looks like it was a prop from Keeping Up Appearances, right?
I know, but let's remember she's still wearing clothes from the 1980s also.
Yes, she is.
You know, let's not forget that the dress she wore to Charles and Diana's funeral, wedding.
Might as well then.
I always do that. I always say that. That was not a slight against them specifically. I always call weddings funerals for some reason. The dress she wore to that wedding, she wore to one of the Duke of Gloucester's daughter's wedding. I think she divorced too. That girl got divorced too. I mean, why would you wear that dress again to a wedding?
Well, it's better than wearing white to somebody's wedding.
Well, yeah, you sort of got a point, but that's sort of like a bad luck dress, and everybody knows it's a bad luck dress. Like,
The black lacquer box that screams 1980s.
yes, Sussex Team Warrior. There's also if you Google them, you'll see a lot of it about those animals on Google. It'll bring it up. But yeah, they have hundreds of those little animals. Hundreds, if not thousands. Collection started by Queen Alexandra and Edward VII. And they're all at Sandringham. They've always been only at Sandringham. So that's their private property. That's not royal collection at all.
Does any of that ever blur though? I mean, because they always say the royal collection, and whenever they boast about the statistics, they would say Queen Elizabeth has the largest private art collection in the world. Well, does that belong to her, or does it belong to the Crown Estate?
Some of the stuff belongs to her, and I'd say anything that's been there that was bought by the Georges or anything like that, that would be royal collection. If you go to the royal collection online and you see it in their inventory up there,
Mm-hmm.
it belongs to the royal collection. But like Prince Philip's stuff that he bought, that's his stuff.
Where did Prince Philip get his money from?
Because before there was the sovereign grant, you had the civil list. This is my guess. You had the civil list, and he received money from the civil list. The Queen received from the civil list. The Queen Mother received from the civil list. And I think the Queen paid the other working royals directly from her civil list, because her civil list was the biggest. But he was married to the Queen. He lived in the palace. What was he doing he didn't have anything to do with that money.
Mm-hmm.
Except invest it and save and invest and save. And he got good stock tips. It's like being a consort was like being a member of Congress. Come on now. They go into Congress flat broke and they leave multimillionaires. Nancy Pelosi has her own private jet.
Well, why do you think Fergie has always had so much financial trouble?
Because she has a poor relationship with money.
Okay.
And I think that
I think also it could be. Oh,
go ahead, Legs.
I think also it could be like I'm not. So I try to give her some credit in this sense, but like unlike Fergie, I guess Kate in a way too. Meghan had her own contacts, and Meghan is American, right? So she can build contacts outside of that system.
Right.
Like once you're in that system, basically, if you fall out of favor with the Queen or any of those other people, they make sure that no one wants to work with you over there. And so I think that the Queen was like the petty punishment that the Queen was doing against Fergie, if not Andrew having to handle that himself to make sure that she stays dependent on them. But at the same time, as they said with Meghan and Harry, they wanted her to come back tail between legs, right? Because they just assumed that's the way it always works.
Right. Yeah, so they cut their funding. And also Fergie came from that generation of women who weren't taught about money management, who weren't taught that they should even bother about that, because they came from that generation of women. Fergie came from the gentry. Camilla landed gentry. They're Diana, Camilla, and Fergie are all descended from the same royal bastard of King Charles II. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Diana came through a line of firstborn sons. who managed to get a title. And then Camilla and Fergie came through either younger sons or daughters or something like that. But they're all an aristocracy, right? And they were all taught, you get a husband and you don't worry because he will provide everything. That's the generation they come from.
Okay, that makes sense.
You make a good marriage. And that's why reputation was so important. Where if you've seen with a girl or woman a certain amount of times, you need to just go ahead and marry her, because by now people are going to start assuming and she's not going to be able to make a good marriage. So if you don't want her, you need to just step away and leave her be. You know, that's where those attitudes came from. And look how long those things lasted, well into the 80s.
And then after you get married, if you still got a certain itch you need to scratch, you can have those affairs, but you have to be discreet.
Exactly. I mean, but Fergie, she was supposed to get a house in the divorce settlement, and they bought the house. I used to have a picture of the house, but it's on a computer that died. I'll do some searching and see if I could find it one day. But she didn't like it. It wasn't close. I guess it was too far in the country, which I think they figured that she needed to be in the country, and whatnot. But they bought the house. The house was bought for her and the girls, and she just didn't find it acceptable. It was a big house, far bigger than what Andrew was going into. Nice grounds and everything, and she didn't want it. So
Why don't you think she didn't want it? Is it because that she wanted something more like? Do you think that they were trying to like hide her away or something, and she was like, she didn't want that to happen, and she thought she could make more money? Or
I think they probably decided she was a bit on the wild side, and they put her in the countryside, not in It wasn't in Norfolk where Sandringham is and where the Chumleys live or anything like that. It's in another part of England, but it looked pretty. I mean, when you look at the house, you look at the grounds, like, damn girl, you gave up this, And then they were later able to sell the house for a lot of money, so it wasn't like it went to waste. They sold, the Queen later sold the house for a profit, but she didn't want to go in the country, She wanted to be close by to town and in the center of things. So
I wonder if it was a lot of things that were unsaid in taking that house. Be like, you get this house, and you get like people to care for you, but what we don't want to see is you out around, you at any event. Like I wonder if there's some micromanagement like that to happen.
maybe, maybe it was like, keep men out of the house, no men around the little girls. Who knows,
Wasn't that Sarah Ferguson that was reading that speech and she looked around and said, so many men in so little time?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep. I remember that one.
I think that I mean, obviously she needs to be kept on a strict budget. She can't handle money at all. She really can't. She would run. I mean, Epstein cut her off. She was gonna run him broke. He's like, no.
Now, what is she doing with all this money? That's what I'm very confused about.
She just spent it on crap. She just spent it on a lot of junk, I guess. Because I've never seen her in really nice jewelry or anything, apart from the tiara that the set of jewelry that the Queen and Prince Philip bought for her. And they bought that for her because when she got engaged to Andrew, she went around trying to borrow from different jewelers, trying to borrow jewelry. And I mean, she was always tacky. They should have let Andrew marry Koo Stark.
Diana Hawkins has a really good point, like in terms about like I believe the Yorks were made to divorce so Charles and Diana's look more palpable.
Carmilla wasn't at the Sandringham stables. Fergie's dad lived and worked on the Sandringham estate. By then Camilla was gone and living with her husband somewhere else. And her father was master of the hunt, of one of those hunts that they have. So she had access to other places, but her dad, I mean, Fergie's dad was caught up in a whole sex scandal too. So, and her mom ran off and moved to South America, and just a hot mess. And then the dad did remarry someone younger and had 3 more kids. So she has a brother. So imagine when the email came out, you're like the brother I always wished for. And she has a whole brother.
Yeah. No, well, I guess getting back onto this William thing in terms of it, like the last few days have been nothing but PR for them. Like obviously they're kind of like, it's very interesting. I don't know if this always works, that when they have some scandal, because they just like force themselves out there to do more things to flood the zone and hope that the press doesn't cover it. But it's been very apparent, and like as Barron said earlier, that clearly William and Charles have not been talking at all. Really, actually, I don't even know if they were talking even after the Queen died, right? We saw them together during a funeral, but like that, but they kind of have their hatred for Harry and Meghan at the same time still, try to punish them. But since that point, like the other time you see them together was like the coronation. But during that coronation, it was no love lost. Like, what
None.
was it? Like, Kate wasn't supposed to bow to Camilla. Kate wore that tiara-like thing, and I think personally, William had ordered that for her to wear, because I think William, what he does is he uses puppets to get people. He uses Kate to get at Camilla, but he also uses Kate to get at Harry and Meghan and stuff like that, versus doing it himself. And in a way, he also uses Kate as that way that like she can be the fall guy if anything happens. Because how quick was it during the funeral when we saw at least William putting up a front, like, oh look, I'm being accepting to Meghan, right? Whereas Kate, she didn't have any of that, right? She just gave Meghan the cold shoulder. And so I remember commenters at that time even saying like, we always say like maybe it was the brothers falling out, which is why what happened, but maybe it was Kate that prevented Meghan from being accepted. That's what they were spinning it. And I remember they were doing it because the American public was watching. And everyone could see that body language the way Kate was doing. She didn't stand next to Meghan. She was just rude to Meghan the whole time. Well, they all were rude. All the other women were too. But I think he uses her as a fall guy, because even say if it comes out about the alleged cancer that was fake, you know who the fall guy is going to be in all of that? It's going to be Kate. They'll be like, oh, they're going to be like, oh, well, well, Kate said she had it, even though we recognize the way the media has been doing it. Kate said, oh well, AI Kate said precancerous cells, and last year they kept saying precancerous cells, like William. But the media themselves said cancer, right? And so the assumption would be like, oh, I was talking about my healing journey. I didn't say that I had cancer, stuff like that. And even when last year, when she went to those, when people point out like, wait, why aren't you going to things for cancer? When she went to those cancer things and she's talking to people, she was talking about like general, like, when you have cancer and those things that you go to, but she sounded like she knew what she was talking about. She, in that talk, she was very disconnected from it. She never said this was my journey and this is what I was going through with cancer. And then what you notice with the publications, what they said is like, oh, Kate tells people of her cancer journey. And I'm like, well, no, that's not what she was saying. And so the media has framed it a certain way. But if all crap hits the fan, William is willing to take her out because he was already doing that in 2023. Because remember, like in 2023, Kate starts off with that shaping us thing with the red outfit, the red suit that Meghan wore during that variety. Meghan had a white version of it, but she had the red version of it, like the color similar to what Meghan wore at that one vision right before the Queen's funeral. And then you see Kate going out basically wearing a lot more Meghan-like clothing, but she's not doing a good job of actually being an orator or like presenting. So it was around that summer, all of a sudden you see party pieces. They have bankruptcy. People are bought out, and people are saying they felt duped, and that there was in this much million debt. And then you start seeing things saying that articles saying like Prince William. No, it started off. What was that? The talk about the Middletons being social climbers. Then it was like William was duped to marry Kate. Then it was like, what would happen if William divorced Kate? And then it was like all of those flyers going up in Buckleberry, whatever it was, and that the son kept having to rip all those things down. And then we see Kate looking like really bad with all those band-aids on her hands and her bad wigs. And then the last time we saw her after that was like the Christmas walk. And then we just then it was the December 28th event. And then all of a sudden we didn't have any more talk of like surprise royal divorce.
Yeah, the talk of divorce, I want to say that started in the spring of 2023. And William, remember when William spoke out about the Ukraine, he used the cipher that he used before he was married, and his message did not come from Kensington Palace. It did not come from Will and Kate. It only came from William, and that was it. So it's not even just that they were alluding to divorce. There was articles that William was going to go it alone, so to speak. Like they spoke to him like he was a single dad. It was plenty clues. And simultaneously, they were trying to say that the Sussex's marriage was in trouble. And they even went through, was that the same year when they sent somebody to
Matt Wilkerson,
and they claimed that Harry was staying at a hotel instead of staying at home?
Yep. Wasn't it Matt Wilkerson before he got that?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. So it's not just, and especially if you're new to the Sussex Squad, if you're new to this information, it's not just that we were saying that royal divorce out of the air. It was plenty little breadcrumbs that said that William was going to divorce Kate in 2024. They put that information out there. I believe it came from Kensington Palace. I can't say for certain, but I believe that's where it came from. And it was just a matter of you picking up the trail here, there, and everywhere. And to everybody's disappointment, it wasn't a divorce. It was something completely different. Probably someone who was very desperate to not be divorced, someone who probably stopped eating around November. And who knows what else happened. But Kate was starting to remember how she had that green outfit on, and it just seems like the clothes were wearing her.
That horrible wig. Remember when they tried to get her?
She started the big wigs, all of that.
The clothes always wear her, but yeah, she got progressively worse.
The closer it got to January, the worse she looked. And also when they had that event with Crown Princess Victoria, where they ignored her and her husband, and they were talking to those people, and Kate she had a big wig on that night, and she wore that blue outfit. All of that leading, and we cannot forget Brother Omid Scobie with his book.
Oh yeah,
that did not help at all. That was just like, that really pulled the whole institution's numbers down. Their emotional support ratings were sinking like a stone.
I just had a thought. Well, suppose they were heading towards divorce. Maybe they had a tentative agreement with Charles that they could separate and eventually divorce. But then, with their behavior when Crown Princess Victoria came, and then the book came out, Omid Scobie's book came out, and they did something to piss something else. Oh, what they did. They used Charles's surgery as a cover, because I firmly believe that Charles was always scheduled to go in and have his surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that then whatever happened with Kate, they then decided to either ease her into the hospital story with Kate under Charles, like use that as a distraction, or just flat out tried to get sympathy that way. That could have been Kate. That could have been just a purely Kate move or whatever. But, and then Charles is like, oh no, I think you guys should stay together.
Okay. After,
because he's a Scorpio now, that would be a twist. That would be a twisted Scorpio thing. I could see myself doing that if I were him, right?
Oh my God! Don't forget in 2023. I just remember when they went to that wedding where they were like the fifth seat, and then William was like told Kate to wrap it up.
Uh-huh.
And then that was the same year, not too far after that, where what was that? Kate was wearing something red, and she put her hand on William's back, and he did that look, and he looked over at her, and then she let go, and then he walked off. And then
that was
also,
was the Jordanian wedding.
Was that the Jordanian wedding when she touched him in the red? I can't remember.
I think so.
And then there was the other one where they tried to do polo that same year, and William just like walked off, and she couldn't keep it off her face. It was like event after event where she was trying hard, and he just gave up by that point.
He is done with her. He is done with her. He just doesn't have permission to ditch her.
Right.
Because Charles is mad at his ass. He is mad at him. I know it's an unpopular opinion. There you go.
Woo! I love it.
Oh my God. Unpopular opinion, but I think the plot to get rid of Meghan started with William and his grandmother. I think they started that mess. And then when it started to blow up, when Harry and Meghan were leaving the fold and they needed to try to keep him in, then Charles had to come try to smooth over that pile of hot steaming mess that they had. And he's had it against William ever since.
It was someone, I can't remember. I think they may have been on Jeremy Vine, or maybe it was James O'Brien, but someone said that this whole thing about Harry and Meghan's, all the bullying and stuff, is that it just seemed like they were trying to get Meghan to leave, and it just really got out of control. Mm-hmm. And it became part of the culture of Kensington Palace was get Meghan, anti-Meghan, and it went too far. And if they thought if it was a chance that Harry was going to see her for who she really was, and that was going to drive him away from her or something like that, they totally got it wrong. I think that because they're so jaded and they don't have love in their life, they just can't recognize when two people are suitable to each other, because everybody else's relationship was based on convenience.
They just couldn't deal with the fact that Harry chose to marry a Black American woman who was divorced, a divorced Black American woman. And I don't say biracial. I understand that she has one Black parent, one white parent, but that's not how they see her.
You got that right. I was about to say all they see is black blood.
That's right. It doesn't matter how dark you are or how light you are. Because when they get ready to hurl that N-word at you, they're going to hurl it.
They look at Meghan and they start hearing drums beating and bushmeat and all that kind of stuff. That's all they could think of. They picture slavery and the slave trade.
No Princess Michael again in her brooch.
You know. And then she had the nerve to be educated, really educated. Not that daddy paid for me to go to school, but really educated.
Yep.
And recently,
and knows how the world works, can make her own money, manage her own money, and grow money. They can't do that because they were never taught how to do that.
Recently, there's been, and I do applaud these women, there have been white women that have gone on their social media accounts to explain or even to apologize for their fragility, how they felt paranoid, how they were afraid of Black women. They always looked down upon Black women. They had all of this baggage that they carried over from their childhood, from the only family that they had known. And they believed all these terrible things about Black women, and that they had, what do they call that? The main character syndrome. Like the Black women are supposed to be there to support them and uplift them and see to their happiness. There have been some women who have admitted that they could not see a Black woman in a position of authority above them. They could not see a Black woman living better than them because as a white woman, they were always taught that they were supposed to be the most protected in society, and that the Black women were not supposed to succeed, or even worse, exceed expectations. They did not have a right to it. And they admitted that that's what they're trying to unlearn, is that mentality of the inferior Black woman who just doesn't know her place. And that's where did I just hear that Meghan didn't know her place? Didn't I just play a video where somebody said that?
They say it all the time. They say it all the time.
It was some video I played. It was a woman. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember, but it was a woman who said that. Oh, it was that lady from Reddit.
Oh, Jeremy Vine.
No, it was that lady from Reddit. The one, remember I shared that, the lady from Reddit who said that she was a Meghan hater. And she said that she couldn't understand why Meghan didn't know her place, why she couldn't stay in her place. And again, it's the idea that a Black woman is not supposed to excel above anyone else, in particular, white women. And that is like the root of a lot of the hatred toward her from these derangers is rooted in racism. It doesn't matter how light her skin is. It doesn't matter that she straightens her hair. It doesn't matter that her father is white. What matters is her Blackness. And she just does not have a right to have a prince as a husband. And that is the biggest hangup that they have, is they feel like she does not deserve the life that she has.
True. One of the things I think of, particularly for the English women, though, is the xenophobia. I don't know why, but for some reason, it always seems like the UK tries to pride itself among above the United States, which is weird when they're trying to court the United States. I mean by the royal family. The royal family puts themselves above like so many people, like dignitaries, like actresses and actors, and we have like the meritocracy here, right? So it's very weird when they try to court our favor, but then we don't put them on this pedestal. And so one of the things that we've always seen in the press is what they keep talking about, the xenophobia is like Meghan was too American. And I'm just like, wait, what does that mean? And so, but yet they want to court the American public, but then you don't want people to be American. I don't know if that's just a whole thing that they have a problem since we, like kicked them out. But like, it's always that anti-American thing. So like, I think for some of the British women, that's why they were like, why couldn't he find an English rose, right? You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's coded language.
Right.
Okay, I found it. It was from Reddit, and it says, I'm writing this because I finally hit a wall myself. Yesterday, Meghan appeared at an event. She looked beautiful, healthy, glowing, confident, and without even thinking, my brain immediately went into search mode. What's wrong with her? What can I criticize? What did she do wrong this time? That's when it hit me. That wasn't curiosity. This wasn't critical thinking. This was compulsion. Dehumanizing Meghan had become a drug. Every morning before work, before emails, before real responsibility, I'd open my phone and scroll through accounts dedicated to tearing her apart. I knew exactly where to go, the same profiles, the same narratives, the same recycled outrage, and I'd feel satisfied, energized, validated. Last year, I found myself aggressively hounding a charitable organization, a charity, not because they did anything wrong, but because I didn't like the couple associated with it. I was restless, obsessive, watching every post, reading every comment, encouraging suspicion, incentivizing outrage, feeding a machine that thrived on anger, paranoia, and dehumanization. I wasn't just consuming the hate, I was helping grow it. And when it came something darker, constant agitation, emotional dysregulation, and an obsession that was quietly hijacking my mental health. Here's the part that hurts to admit. I'm well educated. I have a master's degree. I consider myself analytical, socially aware, capable of nuance. And yet, my productivity suffered. My focus eroded. My emotional bandwidth was drained by a woman I had never met. I lost hours, days, mental energy, not because Meghan had power over me, but because I gave it away. I told myself I was just being observant, critical, holding her accountable. In reality, I was
sorry.
spiraling into
You just scared me.
fixation.
I'm scary. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was spiraling into fixation. Looking back, and I can see it clearly now, I had internalized bias. I thought I was above them, but being part of this hate ecosystem didn't challenge those biases, it amplified them. I pushed conspiracy theories. I entertained cruel narratives about her character, her intentions, even her children. And why? Because deep down, I couldn't understand why she didn't just fall in line, why she didn't behave better, why she didn't know her place. Sitting with that realization made me physically uncomfortable. It should. I'm ashamed of myself. What finally broke me was watching the reaction to the Girl Scouts documentary. Accounts that I followed, accounts I trusted, were probably dehumanizing, proudly that is, dehumanizing children, mocking them, questioning their legitimacy, stripping them of basic humanity for clicks, clout, and ideological purity. I felt nauseous. I remember thinking, what have I become? A junkie who gets a dopamine hit from hating other women, from participating in mass cruelty disguised as commentary. That's not who I want to be. That's not a life I am willing to live. So I'm done.
Yep.
Yep.
Well,
You like that dopamine hit, huh?
that dopamine hit. I wonder if one of his coworkers found out and they're afraid that they'll tell the boss.
Mm.
You know, I gotta be
Okay.
cynical. You know, I
Yes.
gotta be cynical.
Yes. Want to get ahead of it. That's what they call it, getting ahead of it. But you're right about that. You're right about that. Maybe at some point they realize that people may know about my hobby.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Like that poor woman who unalived herself. She lived in that little town. What was she, from France or somewhere? She lived in that little town, and every day she wake up and she was going after the what was that little girl's name that disappeared?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Where the parents went to dinner and she disappeared from the hotel
Mhm.
room.
Yeah, every day. And then her son, who came to close out her estate, I'm being generous when I say estate, he finds out that his mother took her life because the very machinery that was being used, Madeline McCain, the very
Okay.
machinery that was being used to help her tear down her parents, the little girl's parents, worked against her. The tabloids began looking into her life and exposed her as this serial troll. And once that was found out, then she didn't want to live anymore. She could
Mm-hmm.
dish it out, but she couldn't take it.
They never can.
no, that's the case with exactly, Hazel. You know, it's very interesting. Like I don't know what this idea of maybe that's just the whole point of the hierarchy. This whole idea of like deference and subjugation, right? Like the thing is that if you're American, you know, we don't deal with that. Like, you know, like we have every right to be in any. We fought for too many like rights of our own. Like you can look at it in terms of, say, even the Revolutionary War or after Jim Crow and the Civil Rights era and stuff like that. We've always had to fight for all of our rights and stuff like that. So for someone to tell us like, oh, I need to show you deference just because you're a king, that's not going to work with many of us over here.
Right.
I think it's
Yeah.
commendable that people are recognizing their fragility, but I need for them to mean it, and I need for them to be more vocal, and even more so, try to inform others that it's a real thing.
I mean, these people, they just exasperate me. What can I say? they expect us to believe the things that they say to us. Like none of us are stupid. We're not stupid.
Right.
Oh,
Like, mhm.
I saw Cold War Steve. You know how you always like to show his pictures, right?
Oh yeah, Cold War Steve, yes.
So one of them came up in two of them came up in a YouTube video that I looked at today. I can't remember whose video it was, but I saw something that I hadn't noticed before in him. I don't know if these are like something he's redone or something like that, but it's the one where Meghan is wearing a coat, you know, the black coat that she has closed and tied closed with the self belt.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little beret on her head, and there's a crowd of people, you know, all the regular monsters pointing their fingers at her. And then Andrew's at the end of the table, sitting there with his legs up, just relaxing and enjoying the show. And when you look up, who's surveying the scene as calmly and coolly as possible? Elizabeth.
Oh, she was like in some little window or something, right?
She was like in her ivory tower.
Let me see if I have that. Yeah, that's it. It's always been like that because I've had this picture for a while. But yeah,
I'm like,
there's
I just didn't. Yeah.
And notice that she's illuminated to make sure that you do not miss her.
Mm-hmm.
That while all of this anarchy is going on, there she is surveying the whole thing, as you say, hiding her hand.
Andrew is missing. Oh, this one, Andrew was there, but he had his coat open, and it gave us the illusion that he had nothing on under his coat.
Now
so he
that's
would be
a
like in the
different
right part here.
Are you
Right.
sure that's not that other one? Because it's a different one where he has his coat open.
Oh yeah.
She was in it, but she was in it too.
Let
so
me
he
see.
might have done a new one.
Yeah, this one Andrew's to the top right on this one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I see him laughing back there. There was another one.
Because this one, she's pushing that barrel of money so she can bail him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's pushing that. And I don't, these are not AI. Cold War Steve finds images that he cuts and pastes and all that kind of stuff. So, he'll take a classic painting like the one that's in the backdrop and then insert modern characters into it.
And note the enslaved person standing behind Charles with the slave collar on in the shadows of that little alcove.
Oh, okay.
Have y'all noticed the how the tabloids, British media, as well as some of the American tabloids, try to legitimize all these fake videos and pictures for the Kensington Palace? Because remember, think about how many, after people put that stop kill order for that picture, think about still how many British tabloids still use that picture. And then the only reason I thought of that is just because that alleged AI video, which I still think is, that was People Magazine using that as a picture for her. And it's like they tried to do that to give it legitimacy, even though, as we pointed out with Will and Kate, that whole saga in 2024 was that, okay, they had a kill order for that picture, trying to give a fake Mother's Day picture. Then they also had put out that little farm shop video where Kate alleged skipping through, and so as well as William, only to find out later, oh, she's too tired because of her cancer, but then she's out shopping later. They try to give all those fake things legitimacy over time.
Well, and then also they used old photos where they try to hide the origins of the photo. They will make it seem like, because before that thing with Kate skipping, they said that Kate had gone to something with her kids, and that it was some kind of like on a sports field or something, like a picnic or whatever. And then they show a picture of her holding hands with Louis, and I think it was either Charlotte or George, as though she's this healthy, beaming person. And then there's this person skipping out of the farmer's market. And so that whole time when Kate was gone, no confirmed public sighting for 172 days, there were many occasions where they tried to allude to Kate doing normal things whenever she felt up to it. And they would imply that she had gone to this place and that place. And they would show an occasional photo that was not part of any event at that period of time. Why they did that, I don't know. But they did the same thing with the Queen when they said the Queen was driving on the estate one day, and some of the squatties went and found 5 different uses for that same photo of the Queen driving her Jaguar station wagon.
Yep. I mean, they did it on Saturday. That Valentine's Day picture of William and Kate. That's an old picture.
Oh yeah. It sure is.
And don't forget, also during that time when we didn't see Kate, we didn't see the kids except for George. Remember with Louis' picture, they put a birthday pic up, but it was the same one from the year before. And then they made, what was that, NBC or ABC take that picture down because it was still on ABC or NBC's roles from the year before. So then they went back, and so it was all these things that had questions, right? We didn't see Kate, we didn't see the kids, and then we see that drop off of George with William at the pub because Carol's no fool. She's like, nope, I'm going to be in public where people can see us, where I can drop this kid off.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were getting desperate because Meghan was so visible, and they just did not have. I guess they did not want people to write off Kate because they still needed her as a foil to Meghan in some degree or the other. But it was a problem because Kate was not making herself. They could have even had Kate wave from a window or anything, and I just think she refused to do it.
Yeah,
well, it's video. That's what made us question, because it's like, why couldn't she do a video? She was doing those all during the pandemic, but unless something's wrong with your face, why couldn't you do a live video to people?
I found the one that I saw today with Andrew in it.
Okay.
And the Queen up in the tower. I put the link in the chat, and
okay.
And it says from the archives, February 2021. So he had their number way back in 2021.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Andrew, yeah, he wasn't like that before, right? That's a different version of it, I think.
That's a different version of it. That's the one from 2021. He first did that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, definitely. I got to save this one. I got to save that one.
I was like, oh, Steve, you've been on to them.
Yeah, he did one for Dan Wooten too.
Mm-hmm.
With all of those television monitors.
Oh, the professor went off on Dan Wooten today, and the other guy.
I saw that. He's had enough of it.
Did you see his praise for Meghan last week? I was like, who are you?
I did. It was a little, well, it seemed begrudging, but yeah.
No,
like, who are you?
He's
you have fever? You know, I was like, sir, do you have fever or something? Because it's unlike you.
Obviously, he doesn't like Meghan, right? You know, but he's still, because it's like, you got to pull teeth for him to say something positive. Because he seems like he's just a monarchist in a way, but
well, he takes too much from the I believe he's too influenced by the tabloids, and he doesn't know how to critique the article while he's sharing the article. He does not critique it. He doesn't call enough into question. It's as though he believes it's a dialogue coming directly from the palace, and I don't like that. He doesn't. He doesn't detach any of the in any. What am I trying to say?
Objectivity.
Yeah, there you go. It's not enough objectivity. Exactly.
Right. He has colonial brain. He's got colonial brain where they're, you know, well, we're all British, so we're all right. And anyone who disagrees with us, you're wrong.
You know? Yeah, the British exceptionalism. Isn't that what they call it? British exceptionalism.
Look how much trouble they've caused in the world. Where was I going? Apparently there's a new biography of William coming out. God help us all.
From Russell's Myers.
They don't say who it is. I just opened up Threads, and it's like, and so it's like, all William has been advocating to get rid of Andrew, you know, like William didn't give a shit. You know. Yeah, William did not give a shit.
They need to advise, you know, if if William is going to survive his transition into the throne, he needs to get some people that's going to advise him properly, because this whole anger and bone to pick, it's worn thin. That whole hostility toward this and that, and the incandescent with rage, especially the younger generation. That is why they're not connecting with the younger generation, because the younger people, they do not like hostility. They do not like disrespecting or demeaning someone's character. They cancel people like that.
Mm-hmm.
The older generation is not going to cancel him, but the younger generation, they don't cotton too well to that. And he just doesn't know the difference.
Yeah,
And
I agree with.
I believe that when he believes that when he gets on the throne, that everything will sort itself out and that he's going to be a better person for it.
They're going to sort it out for him, and he's not going to like it. You know, he can keep his little buddy Jason Knopf over at his royal foundation, but is Jason Knopf going to have any say-so about the inner workings of the palace? No. The people who are already there and in line are going to do that.
I wonder if they're going to try to make him get rid of those people, because I don't think any of them are of the type that will fit in, that will fill the shoes of the men in gray.
The men in gray, especially the private secretaries. If you Google it and go to the Wikipedia page for private secretary to the monarch, you go there, and every private secretary going back past Victoria is listed. And the more modern ones, you have their resumes. And you just click in there and click on their names and see the background of these people, and you'll understand. Those private secretaries are really just the liaison to Downing Street. They work for Downing Street. They don't work for the royals. When you go and look at their backgrounds and their training and everything, you realize that. And they're put in place early on. Edward Young, that everyone thinks Charles put there, Edward Young was hired as an assistant private secretary in 2004. Elizabeth hired him, or Elizabeth's staff hired him. He'd been there. And he slowly worked his way up, assistant secretary, deputy private secretary, and then he became the private secretary. Then he moved on. There's a whole list of people there. Samantha Cohen, she's the only woman who stayed there for any length of time. She stayed there like 8 years. No other woman has lasted that long as an assistant private secretary or a deputy private secretary. Never. I don't think Elizabeth liked women. But if you go there and spend some time reading and clicking on their names and you see their background, and this is what I wanted to say the other night, but we didn't get a chance to talk. Those people, those private secretaries to the Queen, they need to be questioned. They need to be hauled in and questioned, because they know what was going on with Andrew. And whatever was done to cover it up, they were the conduit to do it. So Christopher Geit, Edward Young, the one before Geit, what the hell was his name? He's still alive. I checked to see if they were still alive. Who's alive?
Well,
and when were their private secretary?
Don't their families go back in service to the crown?
Some of them. My personal thought was that a lot of them are descended from illegitimate children of kings and queens.
Okay.
I think that's why they hate the actual monarchs and royals so much because they look at me like, look at these buffoons. Why are they here and I'm not? You know.
Because that's their cousins. They're
Hmm.
related in some kind of way.
I mean, David Cameron is a descendant of William IV. And the actress Dorothea, what was her name? Dorothea Green? Dorothea something.
So,
But
what's his name? Jason Knopf. He's gonna have to be more like that Forsyth guy. I don't think he's
like,
gonna. I don't think he's gonna replace one of the men in gray. He's
oh
gonna
no,
have to be more on the outside of that clique. But
he
how are they going to get those people into William's household? Because I
they're
don't
already
think
there.
William wants them.
They're already there, Baron. That's what I'm telling you. You have people who are deputy private secretary and assistant private secretary. They're already there.
Okay.
They're already there. They're already in line. And when William becomes king, he's going to get them.
No matter who he wants.
It don't matter.
Well, what's very interesting is that it's not like they didn't have enough on Charles in terms of like Camilla, but they have everything on William. William grew up in the age of like technology as well as like social media and stuff like that. Well, more now social media. They have pictures, like at least back in the day, maybe they had a Polaroid or something for Charles and like a recording. But like with William, they have so much. Like think about it, Dan Wooten. He's not even in jail right now. Like what Christian Jones knows, what Jason. I think the reason William is so angry is because, well, one, his looks faded. He's not allowed to be who he wants to really be. You can take that how you want to. Then, additionally, like he really loves control, and people having stuff on him means they can control him, particularly later. And so he does not like that. And so he's trying to reestablish control where he can. He can't stand that he doesn't control Harry, obviously, anymore. And he hates that he was never able to control Meghan because, well, she's not one to be controlled. And two, that is not his place to try to control someone he doesn't know. But
All right. Can I read something?
Sure.
The private secretary to the sovereign is the senior operational member of the royal household of the sovereign of the United Kingdom, as distinct from the great officers of the household. Those people, the great officers, are hereditary, whose duties are largely ceremonial. The private secretary is the principal channel of communication between the monarch and the governments in most of the Commonwealth realms. They also have responsibility for the official program and correspondence of the sovereign. Through these roles, the position wields considerable influence. This is one of the most senior positions within the royal household. The current private secretary is held by Sir Clive Alderton. Then I'm going to skip the history and go to the functions. The principal functions of the office are to act as a channel of communication between the sovereign and his or her governments, and to advise the sovereign on constitutional, political, or governmental questions, to organize the official program of the sovereign, and to ensure its acceptability to both the sovereign and the government. These duties including drafting speeches, maintaining connection with other households, the royal train, the King's helicopter, number 32 Royal Air Squadron RAF, and the armed forces, the last through the Defense Services Secretary, and to deal with the sovereign's official correspondence, including congratulatory messages from members of the public, royal communications, and the court circular. Also to deal with the sovereign's private papers, the royal archives, and the monarchy's official website. The position of the private secretary is regarded as equivalent to that of the permanent secretary of a government department. He is an employee of the government, right?
Okay.
The incumbent is always made a privy councillor on appointment and has customarily received a peerage upon retirement, a life peerage since 1972, although a small number have been given hereditary titles. Until 1965, peerages were granted to private secretaries Until 1965, peerages granted to private secretaries were hereditary baronies, with the exception of Lord Knollys, who was created a viscount in 1911. One note, Knollys. Think back to Elizabeth I. One of her ladies in waitings, what was her name? Lettice Knollys. Lettice Knollys, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same people in power. From back then, you could see all these people. There's someone named Cecil in somewhere in Buckingham Palace. I bet you anything. So same people, same families. Okay. Private secretaries to the sovereign are always knighted, typically in the Order of the Bath or the Royal Victorian Order, or both. The same is often true for the principal private secretaries to other members of the royal household, such as William, Prince of Wales. That's how his person got a Royal Victorian order. So that goes to show you that they're there more for the government than for the monarchy.
Okay.
The
So
private
then that's
secretary,
probably why the what's his name had to abdicate, because those that were keeping an eye on him reported back to the government that he is unsuitable and he needs to step down and all that kind of stuff.
right. The private secretary is responsible for liaising with the cabinet secretary, the Privy Council office, and the Ministry of Justice Crown Office in relation to appointments that are formally made by the sovereign, the scheduling of meetings of the Privy Council, and the transmission of official documents that need to be signed by the sovereign. Reporting to the private secretary is the role of Director for Security Liaison, which was established following a recommendation of the Security Commission in 2004.
So that's oh, I'm sorry.
So they have a list of private secretaries going back to 1805.
Wow.
So from George III.
Well, that's probably why Samantha Cohen had to go, because she wasn't going to go any higher, and they didn't want her around for that because they already had their people.
Mm-hmm.
So it was nothing for her to do but leave, because her time was up.
I think everyone from Sir Robert Janvrin, who was the Queen's private secretary from 1999 to 2007, Christopher Geit, and Sir Edward Young. They all need to be questioned about Andrew, because they all know.
Mm-hmm.
They handled the cover-up.
Yep. That makes sense. Do you think it'll come to that, though?
If they can prove that he passed secrets, I don't think they're going to do it for the girls. Unfortunately, they should do it for those women who were harmed by Andrew, but they don't care.
Well, all of the people in powerful positions over there, they all seem to be able to get away with it. My life is forever changed the way I look at that country, that not the people, but the government and the media, because of the way that they protected Philip Schofield.
Mm-hmm.
The way
Don't
they
forget Kevin
protected
Spacey.
him. What's that?
Kevin Spacey as well.
Well, yeah. And he was in with those people.
Right.
Yeah.
He sure
Anyone
was.
who's adjacent to that level of people, if you're hanging around that level of people, you will be protected.
Okay.
And it's interesting too that there are so many women that are complicit in protecting them, their mothers with children the same age as some of the people that need protection from, and they move heaven and earth, like that Holly, whatever her name was on the show with Schofield. pretending like she didn't know anything about it. Everybody on the set, everyone who worked for the company, everybody knew about
Yep.
that. And yet it was no question that that relationship started at a proper age. You know, there was no investigation as to when things first happened, or even with the evidence of him being in that sandwich shop or whatever it was with that guy. They circled the wagons and protected him. I'll never forget that. I will never forget
Let's
that.
not forget also, like, remember he was part of that, I forget what it was, that school? For those
Yeah.
things?
Yeah.
Those things
And it
were-
was another Schofield there, unrelated.
Yep.
It was two Schofields there. It was him and there was somebody else unrelated. And
then
his
also
brother.
it was a picture of him with that other guy. He was a blonde guy with the picture of that Page guy when he was
Right.
15 or 14.
Yeah. It was the two Schofields. The other one was unrelated. But his brother went to jail for that stuff.
Yep.
And then he's sitting up there wringing his hands. Oh, well, well, did he say he was going to disown his brother, or he didn't want to, or something like that?
No, it was something about disowning.
Right.
And then if you remember correctly with that school, I forget like why it got hot, but at one point it got hot and that school closed down. Like he tried to distance themselves from that school because it was obvious that school was a place for them to prey on those.
A hotbed of activity. No pun intended. A hotbed of activity. A hornet's nest.
Yeah. And you know what I think? I think personally, them talking about this, the secret files that Andrew shared, like, in terms of treason, is a deflection. I think what they don't want us doing is asking questions. Like, first, remember when when Andrew went on all these places, he had to have police protection, and it was for a while they talked about like, well, why hasn't anyone talked to the police that protected Andrew, or like, what did the police know? They always avoid talking about things what police know, because you remember with the first Levinson, that was the tabloids, but the second one was supposed to be for the police, what they knew, and they got rid of that one. So I think this whole mess is that they don't want people to ask too many questions. And the reason I linked that with Schofield is because that's why everyone circled the wagons for him. It's like, oh, it's so sad what's happening. We don't want him to hurt himself, because they don't want questions to come to them. Be like, okay, how long have you been aware that Philip was in a relationship with this Page? How long were you aware that Philip was doing other things involved in that school? Did you know about the school that he was involved with? They don't want those questions at all.
And that's another thing. Hurt themselves. They said that they didn't want him to hurt himself. And they even alluded to Andrew hurting himself and this person hurting theirself. And yet they did not care about the pregnant woman that hadn't been seen for months hurting herself. Every day you're writing articles about someone who is invisible to the public, making up stuff, lying, bringing her mother into it and everything. You don't care about that person hurting themselves, but you're protecting all these men that in all likelihood are guilty, allegedly guilty, and no protection for her.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say that has forever changed the way I look at the so-called elite in that country. And it's really no different from here, because they are protecting all those people in Congress. They're protecting the Clintons. They're protecting the Gateses and all of these people, because of their money and their proximity to money, have been.
Did you see what you just did there? Notice which names you were able to give out. You were able to give out the Gates and the Clintons, because they're not protecting those people in certain ways. The other names you don't even know.
Well,
they're willing to say the Clintons with anything with regards to FC, but they're not willing to say any of the other names.
And they put a lot of names out there, but remember, there's a lot of information that they're still withholding, and they have even redacted some of that information from the Congress. And the law that they passed does not allow for Congress to talk about what they've seen. So they've seen this information, even if they try to destroy it, they've seen it. it's entered into the National Archives. It's there. And I don't think they will be able to destroy it, but they will be able to try to spin it. Like they were saying that they have decided to portray Epstein as some kind of sadist and some kind of, crazy person that is just driven by sexual compulsion. And that way they don't have to talk about the people that were there, because eventually they're going to try to make it sound like those people were victims too. They're going to try to make it seem like they unwillingly stepped into his insanity, his world that he made for himself, and that they, got caught up or whatever. And it was just a big misunderstanding. They're going to see how far they can get with that, but they're making it all about his depravity and not so much about how well organized this information gathering was and who they were using it for and against. But
What's very interesting
believe that was the whole premise of him, even before other people said it. Given what was going on, I figured that it had to have been for blackmail and coercion of some sort. And that the more, like a lot of the people, as a matter of fact, you know what? I said I was not going to do any of the rest of this until tomorrow, but this has suddenly become germane. So I will show you what I wanted to share with you that was at the end of the video. Let me see here. I think it's this guy. And Muriel always sends me a bunch of interesting stuff. And this guy speaks to the whole who's who on that's on the files. So let me cue that up. And all right. Just missed it. And
we have breaking news this evening. I've obtained the letter the Department of Justice is required to send to Congress outlining why it made redactions and provide a list of, quote, politically exposed persons listed in the Epstein files to Congress. Only problem, this letter is designed to muddy the waters over the Epstein files even more, and I'll explain why in a second. So the letter right here, this is the first page, is 6 pages. The first section outlines categories of documents released and withheld, essentially a repeat of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The more interesting section is the third one, the list of government officials and politically exposed persons. What that means, unclear. But the DOJ listed everyone who is potentially famous in these files, according to them, even if they didn't have a direct connection to Jeffrey Epstein. And why is that dangerous? Well, because it's about to muddy the waters. Because they listed people like Elvis Presley, for example. This is list number 1. You have everyone from Jeb Bush to Merrick Garland, Mick Jagger. You have Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Prince Harry, and Meghan Markle. And then you have Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, J.D. Vance, Mark Zuckerberg. Some of these people on the list have a direct connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump, for example. But so many people on that list don't have a direct connection to Jeffrey Epstein. For example, if one of their names was mentioned in an email between 2 FBI agents talking about their favorite new movie, and they mention Meghan Markle, and she was starring in the movie. Just an example, this is not a real thing. Her name would technically be in the files and would be on that list. And the DOJ hasn't provided any explanation as to how or where these people are on the list. So in 2 words, it's malicious compliance and it needs to be called out. Spread the word, follow for more.
Okay. So that was oh gosh, it doesn't even, does his name appear? Oh yeah, it does, and I can't see it. But yeah, anyway. That's what I was going to share with you at some point, and it speaks to just what the conversation is about at this point, is them trying to muddy the waters and drive the information into a direction that brings more and more names into it, so it makes the other people seem less and less guilty. Well, after all, so-and-so was there.
Looking at this, I don't see like Dan Wooten any different from Epstein. The whole point of Dan Wooten was like he was catfishing all these people to get stuff so he can blackmail to increase his career, right?
Allegedly.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's right. I guess allegedly. But like, he was saving this and allegedly blackmailing these high-powered individuals so he can have something to lord over them, and it would have worked out. Like, because if you think about it, they didn't fire him from GB News because of those. They just ignored that. But like they got the reason for firing him apparently was his misogyny towards that individual.
Well, it may not be much daylight between what they've done, but clearly the rich man had far more reach. I think that somebody like a Dan Wooten is more driven by the power that he had over. Okay, I'm going to tell you. I think that he has always thought of himself as not attractive enough. It's kind of like the thing with what's his name? Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock, this big, bloated, unfortunate looking manatee of a man, loved to humiliate the serene blonde. Have you ever heard that before? He would cast a woman, beautiful, very elegant, very much a lady. And in all of his movies, those women were humiliated. They were either beaten or attacked or choked or this or that. And I think that Dan Wooten does not feel himself attractive, and therefore that he has a certain hostility against the very fit, attractive young gay man who has all that currency in the gay community. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a certain type in the gay community, you almost don't even exist. But if you are runway model type, then you have a lot of power in the community. And I think that he is one of those people that just did not fit. And so he would try to draw those people in to humiliate them, to embarrass them, and yes, use coercion against them. But I think his was more about being a puppeteer, allegedly. But I think he liked to make puppets out of younger and more attractive young men. I think that's what his hangup is.
And well, something about straight men too, though.
Oh, and right, and drawing the straight men into his circus. You're right. I should say that too. You're absolutely right. That he would try to expose them, allegedly, get naked pictures, make videos, invite them over, and then what wasn't he like? They accused him of photographing young men, saying that, have you thought about modeling? And the next thing you know, he had power over them, even if they were not gay. So he was, from what they report, I am going to allege that he was quite twisted.
Well,
Epstein was about business.
Articles too of those. It was like those published articles he had of what was that? Those reality males, like, because I think it was catfishing some of them, and they was putting those out as his articles.
Yes, outing people, exactly. Outing people, like he the one that outed the Olympic gymnast, the biracial.
I can't remember if that was him.
Okay, but yeah, he loved to have power over attractive men. He loves to have that power. I think Epstein's was more sinister. It was more of a business. I think it brought him a lot of money and a lot of power, and he became some type of power broker between governments. One, a country about the size of New Jersey that we dare not speak of, and then everybody else.
Right. Yeah, Epstein was running a business. And Wooten was just,
Depraved.
yeah, there you go. That's the word.
Well, his was power too, though, but it was like trying to get up the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
But he had depravity in it, because I believe, if I remember correctly, allegedly they pointed out there was one male, like I think it was at GB News, that he had some that kept saying, he kept basically trying to turn him or whatever it was, that HR just made sure that
Oh,
male
yes.
was
Yes.
not around the same time as him. And that goes to show that, like, you can't even go to your job because this guy's harassing you all the time. That HR is trying to work you around his schedule. Like, why wasn't he fired before that? It makes no sense.
And the one that looks like a corroded 1940s puppet. That one.
Yeah,
that one is probably very much, but not as I would say that he wasn't likely catfishing people, allegedly catfishing, but he's much the same. I think he tried to use his power over younger, more easily influenced people in the office, and then of course they had to let him go because he's on GB News full time now, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and sometimes does he still come on Good Morning Britain every now and then too?
No, they fired him from there.
Oh, okay, so he's not on there at all.
No, they fired him from there. He said that his schedule didn't allow or something like that, but he was fired.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he was fired without ceremony. He had to go because of the same thing. See, they protect a lot of those people. In the US, it's so much money to be had for the lawyers, they won't let you be protected. A little peon like that would go down like the Hindenburg. But over there, they protect them. They protect the biggest and the smallest if they are adjacent to the right people. If you know the right people, you're protected.
As he says, all of them know. They all knew each other. They all went to like those school together.
Right. Go to school, did a favor for them, something.
Just like those accusations against Charles, what was it? It was his name, Michael Forsyth, whatever.
Michael Fawcett, I think.
Fawcett. What always call him Forsyth? Yeah.
Why do I always call weddings funerals? Who knows? Oh my God.
Yeah, a Freudian slip, I guess. But he's been protected because all of the stuff he had been accused of, but he works for Charles, and even though he is supposedly not working for Charles, he's back and forth. And then didn't Charles have like this farewell dinner for him just before the Queen died or just after the Queen died? Because now it's supposed to be more of a permanent departure, separation or whatever. But that's why I say the cash for honors, they're already rich. I think the only reason that they would need that cash is for cleaning up little messes like a faucet. Cleaning up those little messes, you would definitely want to do that with cash. You don't want to use a check or something like that. You need to have something that is easily dispensed and done away with, because they're always getting into trouble with things like that. Better to have cash.
That brings me back to something else you were saying earlier, how William didn't listen, that people tried to warn him about Suleiman, whatever his name is. And that goes back to Charles too. They don't listen. Oh, I'm royal. I don't have to listen to you. I know better. Because if he had listened to Camilla, he wouldn't need Fortnum made some bags of cash to finish Dumfries' house.
Mm-hmm.
She hated Dumfries' house, but oh no, he had to save it for the nation. Didn't
Well,
need
now
it
you
much.
know I have a soft spot for Dumfries House, so
I know you do, but it was a money pit. It is a money pit. Probably still is a money pit. It was a money pit. Y'all ever saw that movie, The Money Pit?
you mean as in money laundering?
No, The Money Pit. Tom Hanks
No, I
and
mean the Dumfries House. You mean that it is like a
no, it was a money pit. It
okay.
was a true money pit. And then it became money laundering because it was a money pit. All of that came about because Dumfries House was a money pit. There's an old biography floating around the internet somewhere where Camilla states plainly, she said, I never liked this house. It's like the thing is like 15 years old. She said, I went there, had a bad vibe. It had bad vibes in it, whatever. She didn't say vibes, but basically it was creepy and she got the hell out. And she advised against it. But no one, I'm the royal.
But I have to tell you, a full disclosure, I asked the cab driver and I asked a few other people about the Dumfries House, and they praised Charles for that house. They said it's brought some work to the community. They were able to train some of the young people in hospitality, and hiring people to do the grounds and all that kind of stuff. So it
Yeah,
has made an
it's
impact on the community.
it made an impact on the community and it has done good at a cost to his reputation. So I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
You got to look at it like that. The Fortin and Mason bags were because of Dumfries House, because it was a money pit.
Now I'm not 100% certain, but I do believe that it's almost like a timeshare, because people who contribute money, they can use that house almost like their country estate, regardless of where you come from. I think the house is because Charles and Camilla have their own quarters there. They have their own bedroom or wing or whatever. So the house is not just a museum. The house is used. It's more than just a wedding venue.
I mean, the whole thing is very, very unusual, and he did some strange and possibly illegal things to get that project done.
Yeah.
Because he don't listen. Because I am the royal, and it can work. I'm telling you, it can work. And the person that's lived in the real world is telling you, don't do that. But hell,
I wonder why he rarely speaks of or visits Poundbury.
It probably didn't go as well as he thought.
Yeah.
It probably didn't work out as well, so
Because
not
to
the
me it looks like a success, but it seems like he should want more credit for that, but he doesn't seem to, think of it or speak of it that much.
There must be something wrong with it.
Well, I mean, people have complained about they said that it was supposed to include affordable housing. It certainly doesn't. It's way too expensive for most. It costs, a matter of fact, the average property is about 15% more than the nearest town similar to it.
Wow. I could see that too, because he'd want the best of everything and want everything just so. And
now look at that handsome young man standing in front of Dumfries House. Look at that. Still got most of my teeth.
You hadn't come to New Orleans yet, huh?
Oh, I saw the documentary. I just had to go there. It exceeded my expectations. It was wonderful. So I do have a soft spot for Dumfries House.
That documentary, do you remember that part where they had a bunch of old women there? And they were like, they came and they were waiting to see. They said, "Oh, we want to see Camilla," and they're like, and the interviewer was like, "Oh, you're fans of hers?" And they were like, "No." It's like, okay.
Well, you know what? I don't think I've seen that documentary. It's probably but before I went there, and that was 2018. So, and I know
Okay.
that there is actually two documentaries, and I've seen both of them, but I don't have much recollection of them.
You know, it's those kind of things that'll stick with me though, like the weird stuff like that. Oh yes, we're here. We're here to see Charles and Camilla. So you like Camilla? You're like, no. You know, I'm here for the mess. Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, I love Scotland. The people were so nice. They were so nice, and I was waiting for the train, right? And I had to call on the little call box and tell them that that I think the train wasn't running according to schedule. Do you know they sent a taxi to pick me up and take me to the next train station where I could get the train? And I told the lady, I said, I could just wait. She said, oh no, you've been waiting too long, you know. And I didn't have to pay for the taxi.
Wow.
And
That's
the
cool.
taxi driver would not take a tip.
The grounds are beautiful of that place.
Oh, it is.
I mean, they did a great job refurbishing it, but geez.
Yeah. It's the most intact collection of Chippendale furniture anywhere in the world. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's like 300 pieces of furniture, and all of the furniture was made for the house. The furniture has never been anyplace else. So he made a compelling case, because if that furniture would have made it to the auction, it would have never been seen together again.
That's true.
And it is a snapshot in time. Everything in that house is as it was 300 years ago. Nothing has changed. The old lady that lived there, the one that died, and then whoever inherited the place was about to sell it, and they had all that furniture on the truck headed to Christie's, and Charles couldn't sleep. He started calling and raising funds, and they literally turned the lorries around and brought all the furniture back. And then from there, they kicked into the restoration and made the house probably look better than it was when it was new. But the
Mm-hmm.
family that built the house, the Butte family, their money came from inherited wealth, not inherited down the line, but they would tend to marry women with money and then bring that money into the family fold. And so that's how they were able to keep the house for so many years.
Yep.
But and I think the Buttes were the Butte family was the only family that had ever lived there. I think so.
Wow.
Or maybe the second family, but I know that the family had pretty much owned the house for the majority, if not the entirety of the time that the house was built. But the house was a big honey trap. The whole point of the house was for whoever that guy was that built it to marry up. And it definitely served its purpose. Except for the current owner of the house, he married down. He married Camilla. But yeah, it is a special place. You know, the taxi driver told me, he said, if I drop you off at this gate, you'll get a chance to walk up to the house and see it from the front. And so I'm walking down this long path. And of course, I'm thinking to myself, okay, now I don't see no black people. What's up? And the little lambs or goats or sheep, whatever it was, they looking at me, and you could literally hear your heart beating and your footsteps because it was so quiet. And being city folk, I'm not used to that. And I did see someone in the distance on the tractor, and I just waved and they smiled. I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna kill me. This is a setup. But I'm glad that I went the direction he said, because I went through this threshold that was on the other side of this. It was like about a quarter-mile walk, and and you get this great view of the house as soon as you walk through that threshold. Well, and actually, he dropped me off there so that I can go through the gardens first, and that's what I did. And I went through. There was just like some type of pagoda, little Japanese or Chinese garden or something like that, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's beautiful. It's the most intact house of its kind that you can find, all the way down to the furnishing. So, and if there's anyone listening that hasn't seen the documentary, definitely worth it. Dumfries House is spelled with an F. Dumfries House. So I'm very partial. If I can say Charles did one thing right, I will say it was that. And also, I love Scotland. I would gladly go back to Scotland.
I like Scottish people. They're awesome.
And I've never seen so many redheads in my life. Ever. Ever. It seemed like every other person had red hair. But the further you get away from Edinburgh, the less you can understand people. The further you get away, because by the time I got to Glasgow, what? Say that again? Pardon me? I couldn't understand the word they were saying.
Now I don't want to distract from this lovely place that holds dear and near to your heart.
Go on.
But I wanted to bring back up something that Adrian Burroughs pointed out, earlier, that I think Epstein needed Fergie to get girls for him too, and I can easily see that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put that past her.
No, particularly the way she was talking to him. It's just like it just seemed that he was getting another conduit.
Mm-hmm. And that Crown Princess of Norway, about how good Scandinavian girls are.
Yeah, and ain't that isn't that what they go for? Is the Scandinavian girls, the Russian girls?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they like that wide-eyed naivety and such. That's the dream. And like they said, they didn't want any black girls, no N-words.
Thank God.
Right?
Leave us out for once. Thank you, please.
But it is too bad that they are going to do the best that they can to muddy the waters. By the time every document has been released, every picture is shown, I believe they want to create as much confusion around it. And what they want to do is to wear people down to the point of exhaustion where they just don't want to talk about it anymore. And that's what a lot of the information overload is about. It's not about just arguing the case. It's about wearing you down so that there's no appetite to discuss it any further.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the hostility against Meghan comes from. That is where the hostility against Kamala and even Hillary, whether or not they deserved it, they could do that to women easier than they could do that to a man, because it's always easy to get people to look upon a woman with disdain by implying that they're lacking their purity, they're lacking any type of morals. They can accept a lack of morals from a man, but they will not accept that from a woman. They hold women to much higher standards, and in particular black women, because not only do they accuse you of the worst, but even worse, you don't know your place. You won't stay in your lane. You have the nerves to assume that you're equal to us or better than us. And that is what they use against them. So much of what they were saying about Doria sounds so much like what they were saying about Michelle Obama's mother.
Yeah, it sure did.
That was interesting because you pointed out a good point, Baron, about say them is to wear you down. See, that's been at least this current administration strategy since he's been in office. right? Whether it's the first or the second term, to just wear you down and have the people get to the point of apathy. The problem is, I think the royal family strategy is typically like, let's get you some information and then we deflect. And then we make it seem like we punish the individual. Now, the issue is that with the wearing down strategies, they keep leaking. They keep putting stuff out slowly. When they put this information out slowly, now they got it. Then, so this time, the person's like, oh yeah, we're punishing Andrew where he's going to stay close to his home. Oh, we're punishing him where he has to give up his fancy chalet. Oh, we're punishing him that we're gonna tell him like, no, don't you do it again. Okay, now we're finally gonna do something about his prince title as well as the Duke of York title, even though we didn't do it really formally yet, so we're just pretending. Okay, now we finally took his home, and so like the next thing is that when something comes out and it links, then what are they gonna do next, right? It's like he still has security. He's on an estate that's a mansion. And you all aren't doing anything that's like actual that proves that you want him to have accountability, even though you try to pretend to say, oh, we're willing to work with the police or we're willing to work with the U.S. government for this, but you don't do anything about it. And so now they're getting to the point where they're like, they have the royal rotor leak, like, oh, what is Charles to do? What is William else to do? It's like they've done everything they can. It's like, wait, what?
And he's still a prince.
Exactly. None of that stuff is formally done. It hasn't gone through Parliament.
That's the famous bed at Dumfries House. It's all wrapped, I believe it's silk. The silk is glued to the, the little ornate details.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that beautiful?
It is. The state apartment.
Uh-huh. And they let you visit without any ropes. Charles insists that you should see the house as if you were a guest and not a customer. And so the rug, they actually printed a runner that's identical to the rug. And so they give you the pep talk before you start the tour to stay on the runner. Now, if you have poor eyesight, you would never be able to see it, but they do put it in a way where you can enter the room. They only have maybe a group of maybe 8 or 10 people or whatever it is at a time. And they have someone at the back of the group to make sure you don't try to nick anything. And then they have the person at the head of the group to tell you the story. And so you are not behind any ropes. So, some of those places, they have like a little roped off area where you can walk, like, say, right into the room just about 2 or 3 feet and look around. Well, there's no barrier. You just go inside. Now, they have said on occasion that some people just did not get it and sat on a chair that probably cost more than it took to raise them. And of course, everybody goes into a panic. I got a bit of a anxiety from the fact that there were no ropes, because you're standing just a few feet away from a china cabinet that's probably worth 12 million pounds. You know what I'm saying? And you can see the wavy hand-blown glass on the doors of the china cabinet. And all I can think of is, what if somebody this? What if somebody that? So that gave me a little anxiety. And I was in awe of the fact that if you go to Versailles or some of those other houses, they have like the rug rolled back or whatever, and you just have the bare wood floor to walk on, and everything is on the other side of that space. But here, you actually enter the space as though you're a guest. And so that rug is as old as the house. The rugs, of course, they don't have to, go and find a new fabric or anything like that. The bed, of course, in some cases, they could actually go to the same companies and find the fabric again. They can find the drawings that were used to produce the fabric or the wallpaper or whatever. And if not, of course, they could still source it another way. But any of the rugs in the house are as old as the house. So that's why they put those runners down, because they did not want you to step on the actual rug. Occasionally, somebody will step off onto it. Oh, well, but they would prefer that you didn't. And the strangest thing, and I'm sure I told this story before, I saw an easel with a painting on it. And I said, wow, that looks just like that painting of Queen Victoria and John Brown. And then after I thought about it, then I heard the tour guide say that is it was the painting that was on loan to the house. The painting. And also, you're treated to these wonderful watercolors by guess who?
Charles.
They have those kind of in like the common areas, not part of the main house, but in the parts that were introduced for visitors. Yeah, you could actually see some of it. No, actually, I take that back. I think some of his watercolors are in the primary spaces. Yeah, his actual watercolors available. So very fascinating. I almost didn't even go, but I said I have come this far and I cannot, but it was kind of out of the way. I went to Glasgow and then I had to take a train to Cumnock, and then from there I had to take a taxi. That's how I got there.
I mean, it was worth it. It's beautiful. It's like a once in a lifetime thing, but
now I did not take this picture. They didn't want any pictures in the house, so I had to go and source this picture someplace else. But there was actually a hallway that had been painted, and beneath the paint, they still had the original stenciling from way back when. So they did two things, because there's restoration and then there's renovation. And so with the paint, they did a renovation where they created a new one, new stenciling and everything. And then the other end of the hallway, they did a restoration. So you could compare the original paint with the modern paint, which I thought was brilliant. They actually had hired these brothers that took something like a scalpel and they scraped away the layers of the more modern paint to reveal the stenciling beneath, which was painstaking and which required a lot of bags of money, I'm sure.
oh my goodness. But yeah.
But the results is something I'll never forget. I love visiting those country houses. I went to Highclere Castle, Downton Abbey. I went to Blenheim and of course Castle Howard.
Highclere?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew's daddy's house.
No, that's Highgrove. Highgrove.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Huh?
Highclere. Porchy was Highclere.
Oh, was it?
Uh-huh.
You know what? I've never made that association.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of the family? Is it the Carnarvons?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's the Carnarvon family.
They were Lord Carnarvon.
Okay.
That's who went into King Tut's tomb.
Now, Howard Carter was the one that discovered King Tut's tomb, right?
He was the archaeologist, I believe.
Yeah. So how is he related to the Carnarvons? Carter's not their family name, is it?
I'm not sure. I'm Googling them right now.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to show you what the canopy looks like underneath. It's not a very big bed, of course, but smart people didn't sleep in the same bedroom as their partners, so it didn't need to be. You only needed to consummate. This is what it looks like if you're laying in the bed looking up. Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
that's
it looks
pretty.
like, laying in the bed looking up. I've never seen anything like this before, where they actually glued the fabric to all of those details. That is a first for me. I've never seen that anyplace else but here. Which
I'm
makes
curious,
me
Darren.
wonder why people don't do that more often, because it's beautiful.
I'm curious, Darren. Have you done any of the historic homes in like the Midwest? Because I know you've done the Frank Lloyd Wright house, but did you do the Wiley house in Minneapolis?
Okay, I am gonna shock you. Oh, yes. Oh, right. You know what? You're right. I did do the Frank Lloyd Wright. What I'm thinking is I did not do the Roby house. I have not done the Roby house. As many times as I have taken people by that house and spoke about it like I built it, I have never gone inside.
Well,
And oddly enough, I was actually hosting someone in my home. A couple I hosted in my home. They went and I didn't go. So maybe this year I'll do it. But I did go to his home and studio.
okay. Well, you should do the if you ever get up there, the Minneapolis, they have the Wiley house. I think
Mhm.
you would really like that one. And then in Council Bluffs, Iowa, they have the Dodge house. That one has a lot of history associated with it.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I would like just about any place that I went. I am very easy to please.
Yeah, but the Wiley one in Minneapolis, and then the Dodge one in Council Bluffs, Iowa.
King Charles is inviting people who cannot afford to heat their homes to use two of his grand Scottish properties. You know that never happened. You know that never happened. All talk. All talk.
Yes, indeed. Okay, Highclere House. The Earls Carnarvon, their family name, last name is Herbert, and the fifth Earl hired Howard Carter as an archaeologist in the search for the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Oh, okay.
So Carter was an employee.
Really?
hmm And the fifth Earl can do all of that because he married a Rothschild heiress.
Oh, is that why they keep showing William as a Rothschild or
George
a
Herbert.
Red Shield?
hmm
That's why they keep showing William Red Shield. Okay,
hmm
I ain't mad. You
All right.
know,
I
the
think
one thing that I wanted to see at Highclere House was the back, because they never show that on television. I wanted to see what the back of the place looked like. And I do have a picture. I never saw the other side of it because, you know, they only show two sides of the house. They only ever show two sides. And when they're in the back of the house, the camera never points up at the building. So you could not see what it looked like. But I'm more interested in all of the service parts of the house than the actual house itself, because I want to see how the servants live. But a lot of those houses, they don't show you. They have it closed down. And at Highclere House, you only saw the posh rooms. They did not allow you into the upper floors where the servants lived, which I was kind of disappointed.
there was some castle I went to in Canada, I think in Toronto, that they let you like walk all the stairs, and so you can go and do the servant quarter stairs, and holy crap, those stairs are so high, you have to pay attention, otherwise you are falling down the stairs.
Oh, they're very steep, right?
Yep. And it was like they had a short base too.
Well, the poor little servant girls, you know, they say that it would stunt their growth because their nutrition was low, and especially the scullery maid who did a lot of the grunt work. They were up first and the last to sleep, and they're carrying these porcelain buckets of bodily waste up and down the steps, and then of course these porcelain buckets of hot water so that they could take a bath.
Mm-hmm.
They had to walk those things up the steps. It wasn't until the dollar duchesses or dollar brides that a lot of those houses got heating and good plumbing. But before that, it was unusual because they had that cheap labor. And they wonder why people were like, F this, I'll go work in the factory. If you got sense, you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is the back of the Highclere. That's what it looks like in the back. Now notice that it doesn't have the stone facing. It's just a plain brick. I think that's because they ran out of money. So the back and the left side of the house is probably, well, I'm sure the left side is just like this brick. That's why they don't show it on television. And so when you approach the house, you're meant to approach it on an angle and never see the other sides of it. Well, if you go to the stables, then you have no choice but to see this side of it. But for the most part, only two sides was supposed to be visible to the public or visitors. Well, yeah, that is something that I wanted to see, was the backside of it. I thought it was just like a modern thing where you face a property with the good material, and that, like like old Chicago building, you'll see the street side of a building is faced with like the beautiful bricks or whatever. I'm talking about the vintage buildings, and then the backside would be more like that, the irregular bricks and such. But they've always done that with houses because people would run out of money. And the kitchens do not exist any longer either. That is offices, and I think they have a gift shop down there, but they don't have the original kitchen anymore.
Okay. Baron, I sent you something to your Instagram.
Okay.
A while back, so it's like in February, the beginning of February, and it's from Warwick Castle, and one of the people who worked there showed you how the servants is showing you how the servants would have to, what they had to go through to get a cup of tea to whoever rang the bell. It's hilarious, and it's also sad because, my God, those people worked hard. So if you want to see the inner workings of one of these castles,
Okay, I see a lady standing at a kitchen counter.
go further back, go up, scroll
Okay.
up. You're looking for the guy in a blue shirt, black pants, leaning against a bookcase, I think.
Okay. I went to the what's that house? The Vanderbilt. What do they call that house? The big one. The one in Carolina, North Carolina, Asheville. Oh, I can't remember the name. But it's supposed to be the biggest private residence. Oh, come on. You all ain't being helpful. I'm having a senior moment. The big house.
I'm sorry, I muted. I muted myself. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember it. Did you find the
No,
reel
I
yet?
don't see it. Was it from PBS?
No, it's Warwick Castle. Let's see. The lady at the kitchen counter, then Meta Merritt, then a Jeffrey Epstein thing.
Right.
Then there's the guy with the blue shirt, black pants, leaning against a bookcase.
Okay.
Oh, January 30th.
Is it Biltmore?
Biltmore, that's it. Thank you.
There you go.
January 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see
1, 2,
January 8th.
3.
Oh, I see him. I see him.
I didn't know that in some of the larger stately homes, when a servant was summoned by bell by his master or mistress, it was actually quite an arduous journey getting from A to B.
Oh, Lord. I'm just looking at him go through that big gallery. Not a red room.
Let me.
Door after door after door. Oh, hell no. And down the steps, up some steps, out the door. And now up some more steps, the winding staircase. No wonder this guy ain't got no behind. He done walked it off. I mean, his behind is as poor as a chicken wing. I love that. And then he collapses at the end. Lord. Thank goodness for modern times.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ben. I think I'm gonna have to say adieu at some point. I got to get ready to go to work.
Oh,
I was about to ask you if you're going to work today. I just posted, guys. I just put the link that Baron just looked at in the chat.
Oh, okay. Let me pin that to the top of the chat then.
I was gonna say something earlier, but I was enjoying the chat. So.
Around 5:45, I looked up like Legs is still here. I'm like, he must not have to
oh,
go to work today. Is it President's Day? I was like, maybe it's President's Day or something like that.
No, I got work. I got to go.
See, I'm in New Orleans. Time has stopped for us. This, tomorrow is Mardi Gras. Tomorrow is Mardi Gras.
Oh, right.
But who could go anywhere? You can't. They're moving floats all over the city, so traffic is jacked up. I feel sorry for anyone who has to go to work today. Traffic is jacked up. You got school buses moving marching bands. You got people coming in from the airport. Oh my God. It is crazy. My groceries, I got my groceries in last week. I was just like, I'm in, I'm staying in, I'm not going out there.
I don't mind crowds at all, but I don't think I would go just because I wouldn't feel comfortable with the expense of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything would be so much more expensive, and I don't like staying at people's house.
I hear you.
I
hear you.
Staying at a hotel and
yeah. Well, you can just do what you want when you want, how you want. Yeah, It's better. I mean, I used to go to the parades and everything, and I did a couple balls and everything, but none of that anymore. I'd rather be home. I'd rather be home. I see my brother went out there. He posted some things on Instagram, but he's got a step granddaughter who insisted she needed to go and watch the parades at his workplace because they have stands and it's nice and she has a clean bathroom and things like that. because her parents took her to the way we all grew up going to parades, standing on the street side where you're
You,
going to sit on the ground and things like that. And that little girl wasn't having it.
you know, I had a friend that used to drive commercial. She passed away, poor thing. And she said that she was working the Bud Billiken parade, driving one of the floats, right? Well, actually, it wasn't a float. It was one of the open buses. And she said that she looked at some of the people in front of their homes, and she found a lady with a well-kept garden and everything, and she asked the lady, she said, "If we pay you such and such, could myself and some of the other ladies use the bathroom before the parade start?" Which I thought was absolutely brilliant. That was such an intelligent thing to do, rather than trying to depend on the porta potties and all that kind of stuff. And the lady, you know, was looking at her in a uniform and everything and was glad to help.
Oh, that was very
Now,
cool.
yeah, I'd have never thought about anything like that. But of course, being a guy, I'd probably just go find a tree or something. But, you know, for the ladies, that was
Hmm.
the lady drivers and stuff. That was brilliant.
Now
Go
you
and
see,
mhm,
now the people who live near the Jazz Fest grounds,
mhm.
they will let people park on their lawns. Give them $20. You can park all day. Go into Jazz Fest at 11 o'clock in the morning when they start. Leave at 7 o'clock that evening, and they sit outside and watch those cars all day. You come out of Jazz Fest, they got the ice chest with drinks, beer, water, Coke, whatever. They're selling you. You have people who set up barbecue pits in their front yard.
You know, they do that at Wrigley Field
Mm-hmm.
because it's in the middle of a neighborhood. And so
Hmm.
people will, they have a parking ban in the neighborhood. If you're not a resident, you don't have the residential sticker. So you're not allowed to street park, even if there's a space, you cannot use it. So those people will put their cars on the street and they will let you park in their yards if it's open for that. You can
Hmm.
park in their garage, wherever there's space. And also the local like restaurants, like let's say it's been a Taco Bell over there for years. The Taco Bell, the parking lot was for baseball parking. Yeah. So
Hmm.
every available space where people were willing to rent that space out was open for people to park. And if you could not do that, then there was the possibility of taking, you know, parking in the satellite lot and taking a bus over. But it's the damnedest thing that baseball stadium is in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's just, it pops up out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Like the first time you ever see it, you go on the L train and you're going by and you're just like, oh, that's Wrigley Field. Because you don't, you know, there's no open space to it. It's just there. Oh, I got a super chat. The first one in 4 hours.
Thank you, Simone Black, for the super chat.
Simone Black says, thanks for keeping me company at work, Baron and friends. Had a rough night with these crazy patients listening on the way home. Well, thank you very much for letting us be a part of your routine.
Thanks, Simone
Always
Black.
glad to hear that.
And with that, I think I better go out. See you all.
Again, Legs, again, you stayed up and you have to go to work.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, I
Bye, y'all.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Legs.
Yeah, Legs, thank you. See you next time. But yeah, Andrew, I don't think Andrew should be allowed to go to the Middle East. He'd be in hog heaven,
And
you know.
he'd cause more embarrassment.
Oh yeah, definitely, because you know they'd be watching him, the papers would be watching him, and oh God, you know, I don't know.
I'm just glad it has nothing to do with Harry and Meghan.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that if any good comes out of this, that it will take some of the heat off of them and maybe people will realize that this is a bunch of BS and that they really just need to focus on the left behind royals. That's
Yeah.
all I really want, is for them to just leave them alone, and then I won't have nothing to say about Kitty and all the rest of them. But until they do, then I ain't gonna stop talking.
Well, yeah. I mean, turnabout is fair play.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much to talk about with them. You lose track,
Mm-hmm.
like, oh my God. The whole lie about whatever was wrong with her. I still can't think of what surgery she had that she had to stay in the hospital that long.
Which is the same thing that a lot of the American doctors were asking and speculating about before they finally shut them down. But they were speculating about what possible surgery it could be. It especially in modern times, and a relatively healthy younger person, you just don't expect people to stay in the hospital like that unless it's been some terrible accident, or unless there's some kind of runaway infection or whatever. But she hadn't even been in there but a day, and then already they were saying, well, it'd be at least 10 days, or what did they say? It was like 10 days or something like that.
Wasn't she in there like for weeks or something like that? It was more than 10 days.
Well, I'm saying that's what they said it was going to be, but I want to say, oh my gosh, I cannot remember exactly, but I just remember that people were curious why someone that's seemingly healthy would be in the hospital that long. Like I said, it'd be different if there was a complication, but there was no complication when they said that. It was just a routine abdominal surgery. That's what they said it was, that it was a routine abdominal surgery, and that it was not cancerous. She's not being treated for cancer. And the bad thing is that myself and others got all kind of receipts to remind them what they said.
Right. Exactly. You see, the way that the Charles thing turned out, I could understand that, because you take those samples, the surgeon will take those samples, and they have some that they're going to send as a frozen section. And you call, and as the OR nurse, you're going to call the OR assistant to come and get that from you. You hand that to him, and they're going to run that to the lab and give that to the pathologist. The pathologist already knows that it's coming, because the surgeon already let them know that I'm doing a surgery. I'm going to send you frozen sections. And then I'm going to call and say, frozen sections on the way. Right. And then they call in and tell you the results of whatever the frozen section is in the operating room. Then you have the fresh specimens, where you don't need it to go immediately, and you don't have a pathologist on standby. You're just going to put those in a specimen refrigerator, and they're going to get picked up at some point during the day by pathology, because pathology makes rounds through surgery to get to the various specimen refrigerators to get the specimens. Then you have the ones that you put in formaldehyde. And then those are the ones that take the longest for them to look after, right? Because they're in formaldehyde, they're preserved. They're going to look at them, but they're not priority. So when they said, oh, Charles was doing okay, but then they didn't let him out because for that particular surgery, that's an in and out thing. At least in America it is.
Right.
You go in that morning, you're going to leave that evening. As soon as they get you stable and you're awake and whatnot, they're going to ice you up and send you home. And I could just imagine that he's a whiny baby, though. Oh my God. And so I don't think it was a frozen section. I don't think the doctors expected anything. And so they didn't send a frozen section, because you send those when you expect something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they probably took a fresh specimen and sent that. And then they looked at it, pathology looked at it quicker than they would look at a regular fresh specimen. I'll I'll grant that. He's the king. They're going to get to it quicker than they'll get to a first specimen, other people's first specimens. And then they looked at it and go like, oh, okay, problem. And then that's why, and when his stay went into like almost a week, I was just like, well, why is he still there? And I'm like, probably a problem there. But so I understand Charles is one, having worked been an operating room nurse. Kate, I can't make any sense of that. I can't rationalize anything that went around her at all. Not at all. So hysterectomies, you don't stay in the hospital that long. You'll stay like a day, maybe two, because they'll put pain things in your implant pain balls in your stomach, or they hook you up to IV pain meds, because depending on the type of hysterectomy you had. If you had an open hysterectomy where they made a big incision, you're going to stay maybe 2 days, possibly 3. If it's a vaginal hysterectomy, maybe a day. And if it's the one where they just do laparoscopic, you probably go home that same day. It just depends on the kind of incision that's made and how much pain they're gonna think you're in and whatnot. Because an open incision, you're cutting through layers of tissue, right? You're going through skin, fat, muscle, all those layers, and you got to sew all those things back up. And not only do they cut that, then they use retractors to stretch that incision open. Surgery is brutal, okay? It's a brutal thing. But so,
and then when you wake up, you feel like you've been run over by a truck.
Because they have opened it, made an incision in your stomach. They have used retractors to pull you open wider. Sometimes you use the big mechanical one where you can put everybody can get in there and work. Like all the surgeons can, the surgeon and the resident and whoever else, they're all in there working, and they all have space, right? You're going to have the most pain with those. You're going to get a lot of pain medicine with that, because they have retracted you. Then they're moving your organs from side to side to get to what organ they need to get to. Surgery is brutal. Surgery is brutal. Laparoscopics are less painful, because that's like 4 or 5 punctures, little holes, and then they insert those little laparoscopic instruments in with a camera, and then little tiny forceps and things, and it's minimal, minimal moving of organs. You didn't have a retractor stretching your belly open. So you're gonna get pain medicine because it's gonna hurt still, but nothing like an open incision. My God, no.
Now, did you hand off those instruments? Is it really like they show it on TV where you slap it in their hand?
That's what the surgical techs do. I was the circulator OR nurse. I didn't scrub.
Oh, okay.
But yes, when some of those doctors are nasty, and some of those techs can be equally nasty, and they will slap. And if you get out the box with them, they will slap that instrument in your hand, and you're gonna hurt.
Oh, okay.
I've seen some things. I've seen a surgeon hit a resident over the patient. Just reached over the patient's body and just slapped the boy. Like, what? Did you really just do that? I was brand new to the operating room, and the nurse wrote him up. The nurse who was training me that day, she wrote the surgeon up.
Oh, I like that.
She's like, oh no, you can't do that. She called the manager, and she's like, look, he was right in there when she called the manager, and the manager came in, and she looked at me like, did he? I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm standing here with my eyes wide open, scared shitless. Yeah, he did it. And they wrote him up, and they made him go to charm school. That's what we called it.
Did you see where they had, let me see, a mass brawl erupted between British passengers on a flight from Turkey to Manchester?
Oh my God.
Yeah, they had a big brawl on the plane.
And ruined all their cheap surgery? What is wrong with them?
Well, I'm guessing they had to be coming from a some kind of a football match or something. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a bunch of people with them hair plugs.
Adrian Burr, some people still do laser surgery. Robotics are the hottest thing right now. Well, they were when I left the OR. Robotics were the hottest thing. I'm just like, whatever. And I really don't know what to say was going on with Kate because it stumped me. Just like it stymied the doctors, the American doctors who were commenting. They're like, we don't know. They didn't know. I'm like, I don't know. I can't think of anything, you know? And I talked to some of my friends that, you know, I'm like, what? You know, I don't think she had a transplant.
What, a brain transplant?
She needs one, but a transplant would send you to ICU. Then you have to go to ICU, step down to a regular room, and then out.
And then, of course, there was a couple of videos where she seemed to be tugging at her midsection, and I forgot who it was that speculated about her having a colostomy bag.
I mean, that's possible too. And I mean, she could have just been, you know, some people are not, I don't want to say bad patients. They're not cooperative. You know, they're scared, they're in pain, whatever reason, they're not cooperative and they delay their healing. It happens, you know. It's sort of like when you have a knee, you get a new knee.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the operating room with me that morning. Hour and a half, 2 hours later, you're in recovery. And then when you're awake enough, recovery sends you up to the room because you'll spend like 2 days. You'll spend more time for knee replacement or something like that. And then that evening, they're getting you up. Physical therapy is in your room saying, okay, you need to stand on that new knee. Can you imagine? Yeah. You're going to stand on it. They're going to have you do a few steps. And I just can't imagine. But, you know, a hip, same thing. They're going to get you out of that bed. And you're going to have to work. And if you don't work, then it's going to be harder for your recovery because you also have to be able, the floor nurses and the physical therapists have to get you ready to go home so that you can function at home. If you have a 2-story house, they have to be sure that you can climb steps. Otherwise, they can't release you. You understand me? But none of that would apply to her because she's got a staff of over 60 people. And whatever accommodations need to be made can be made. And she has many, many houses, you know. So why? I don't understand.
What I was very curious about was all of this fuss about where she was going to convalesce. And I recall how they were saying that she can't go back to Adelaide Cottage. One of the people that commented on television was saying it's one of the coldest places. And I'm just like, why are they going through all this trouble
I
to
mean, all
build
those
a
places are
case?
cold.
Yeah,
They're all old and drafty and cold because they don't take care of any of their buildings.
but they're
They're all
trying to
cold.
build a case against this Adelaide Cottage as though she needed to go. And then remember, they said that they had created a special recovery thing for her at the Admiral Hall, and it's the fuss around her recovery, and not just the surgery, but the recovery. It just
Right.
did not make a lot of sense why they
The
were.
recovery and the need to hide her away. That was the thing.
Mhm,
Because Norfolk is colder than Windsor.
mhm.
Sandringham is pretty much swampy land. You know, it's marshy, kind of swampy. So it's even colder.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. But they just threw anything out there and just hoped something would stick.
And it did not help her case. It only made things worse. It seems as though they were deliberately trying to confuse people, but for what? Why go through so much trouble to create this dialogue or this storyline that seemed to change by the minute some days? And then they would send out Big Back Becky to try and clean it up. Just like when she didn't show up at the Royal Ascot, Charles was furious by that.
Right.
And when she didn't show up, Rebecca English actually made a video explaining that we didn't know until just before, and so on and so forth, and well, she'll have her good day. And it was many articles
Which
that
was
Kate will not be rushed. She'll have her good days and her bad days. But I'm just like, who are they talking to? Because there's not enough people interested in that family to care that she's not seen for months at a time. Most people really don't care.
right. But the thing
So
is,
who were they speaking to? Were they speaking to us? Were they speaking to the loyal monarchists? Were they speaking to Clarence House? Who were they speaking to? I was never sure about that, because it's not enough people in this world that care about her well-being to even matter what people think.
exactly. The
With the
thing is,
Mhm.
with that whole thing, that was so weird because they always have that luncheon before they go to Ascot. There's a lunch at Windsor
Mhm.
with the guests for that day. So did she not go to the luncheon?
Oh, okay.
So if she did
Yeah.
not go to the luncheon, then they had time to let Ascot know to change the order of who was in the carriages and who was attending, right?
Mhm.
Instead, the announcers are saying all morning long, who's going to be in what carriage, la 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 la, and they're showing it on the screen and whatnot. And I believe that the more professional comms office, which would be Charles's office, would have taken care of that. They would have done so that you wouldn't have this what's going on here now, us picking it apart. They would have said, "Oh, Princess of Wales is under weather today. She won't be attending." She'd have been scratched off the list. Nobody, the ordinary person would have been none the wiser. But no, they're like, "Oh, here come the carriages, and the first carriage is going to be the King and the Queen, Prince William, and the Princess of Wales, and whoever that Saudi person was." I'm trying to think, was that Suleiman? I can't remember.
Oh, you know what? That would be interesting if it was, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be an interesting ripple?
Because it wasn't a big, bulky person. It was a little scrawny looking thing like him.
And Camilla was the only one really talking. Charles was sitting opposite William, and they were not talking, not only to each other, but to anybody.
Right. So she was trying to be the dutiful hostess and trying to let it look animated and just like, please God, let this carriage ride be over so I can get away from all of them. I need a drink, you know. Yeah, I'm telling you, right? So, or was she there and then just decided she wasn't going? Did she and William have a fight at the luncheon? What?
Wow, one of the biggest days on the social calendar, and she is unavailable.
I mean, that is business for them too, right? Because remember, they raise racehorses for sale. They have a stud farm. So they're showing that they're running horses, and people also they're looking at other horses that they have back there stabled and everything else. It is a big day. And what are they going to do with a main source of income when Charles and Camilla are gone?
Yeah. And Charles has already damaged the family's brand as far as horses are concerned because he sold the Queen's horses immediately.
But no. Those weren't pets. Those were stud horses. They were
Right.
supposed to be sold. They were supposed to be sold. They're
Oh,
raised to
okay.
be sold. Those are thoroughbred racehorses raised to be sold.
Okay.
That was the Queen's side hustle.
Okay.
One of them. She also raised hunting dogs for sale. Another side hustle.
Okay.
That was her side hustle. So
Too bad
yeah,
you didn't sell Mary Kay.
you know.
Wouldn't that be interesting? The head of Queen knock on your door.
Would you like to buy some Mary Kay or Avon?
Yes, the Avon lady calling is the lady of the house in.
So
now you got me trying to figure out who was in the carriage.
But Ascot is business. It's not just, oh, we're enjoying they enjoy the horse races, but it's also business. They raise thoroughbreds for sale. I wonder if they still have part ownership in the farm in Kentucky.
Now, didn't Porgy go to Kentucky with the Queen?
Yeah, Porgy.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
He did. He was her racing manager,
among other things.
So they say.
I hope she was getting her groove on with him. She deserved it. She deserved it.
I think the funniest thing in all of this is that Camilla is the one she trained to take over those horses. She runs those stables.
Well, I mean, it's in the family way for her in some respects, ain't it? They look at her as one of their own.
I mean, really, when you think about it, that's a whole source of income that's just gonna. I mean, they'll probably hire someone to do it, but it won't have that same cachet as being personally overseen by Queen Elizabeth or Queen Camilla or King Charles,
Mm-hmm.
That's why those people in the Middle East and whatnot pay enormous sums for those horses. Yeah, so that puzzled me too. I'm like, well, when did she decide to drop out? Did she not go at all to the luncheon? Was she supposed to meet them at the halfway point to get into the carriage and go? Was she at the luncheon and then left for some reason?
Okay, was that the final day?
That was the first day.
Okay, the first day. Okay, because I'm looking at a picture, and hold on a second. They had that camera on that angle where you couldn't ever see. Okay, I'm looking at it now. It was Khalid Al Saad. It was
actually one of the Saudis. Okay.
Yeah, Prince Saad bin Khalid Al Saad.
Okay.
All right.
Did she attend any of them? She didn't attend any Ascot Day, did she?
I don't think so, because don't the well, I was going to say, didn't, as far as I could recall, she only has ever done like one day. I don't think it was multiple days, but then maybe I wasn't paying attention. And her mother was there, and see, that's why it was very awkward to say that she was ill, because if she was ill, then why was her mother there? That wouldn't make sense, that you're so sick you can't be there, but there's your mother. Where there's an open bar, there's a Carol Middleton. So that wouldn't make sense. And it was a luncheon or two that Kate did not, she missed a luncheon. And I think that was the time when Rebecca English said that she had some last minute childcare issues, which didn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a luncheon. And I believe that that particular luncheon, she was supposed to go, but I think she was supposed to not go to the state dinner. And I believe that was during that period when she seemed to be banned from wearing tiaras. And that happened because she was not supposed to wear a tiara on the day of the coronation. And so she goes and gets this elaborate headdress, headband that looked just like a tiara.
Christmas pics. I call them Christmas pics that they arranged into a tiara.
Yeah. And you know, to the untrained eye or at a glance, it's always going to appear as though she was wearing a tiara. And Charles and Camilla were very conscious of their image that day. And that is why they made sure that all of the networks scrubbed any, disruptions from that day. They had to be removed so that only an ideal depiction of Coronation Day would be a part of a historic record. They didn't want any protest.
But the history books will say otherwise. They always do.
Yeah.
He just, yeah.
But, I think for them, they assume that they love to throw around that 1,000-year institution. And they are banking on this idea that history will somehow forget about it. But like you say, it's there and it's not going anywhere. And it's just like with Black history, as much as people have tried to erase Black history, erase the contribution of people of African descent, it's always some corner of history where Black people were there. They have whitewashed some of the heroes and all that kind of stuff, but they have not been able to eliminate them.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't mean they'll ever stop trying. That they're going to do. They're always going to assume that they can get away with it.
Yeah. Constant vigilance. You got to always fight, and I think we dropped the ball a little bit. People stopped voting. Some people felt secure with the Voting Rights Act and everything, and they were just waiting for Black people to drop their guard, and they started rolling back, because what we're seeing happening now has been in the works since 1965. Since LBJ signed the Voter Rights Act, they've been devising and working and planning to turn it back.
You mean that Southern strategy?
With people like the Heritage Foundation and everything.
Well, and this is their one and only opportunity, because the demographics is working against them. And this is their one and only opportunity. And as much as they don't like Trump, he's the best possible thing that they could have had. But the problem with him is he could never pretend to be presidential. He does not pretend to be presidential. He loves the power, he loves the influence, but being benevolent and just and such is just not in his nature.
No.
And that's what defeats him every time, is that he's he cannot turn it off. He's in character and he cannot not be in character. Because there's a lot of people that were thinking that, once he gets in there, that the reverence and respect for the office will finally, bring him out, and the real Donald Trump. Well, we already been looking at the real Donald Trump. That is the real Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care about the office, and he doesn't care about people. I don't know if you ever watched the what is it, the Matrix trilogy, but
Mm-hmm.
the one character, they said, well, I think Neo said, well, what does he want? And the Oracle said, power. She said, people with power always want more power. That's what it's about. They just want more power.
Right. Some people just never have enough. Some people never have enough money. They never have enough power. They just want more, more, more.
And then, of course, anybody who wants to change the world for better, they accuse that person of being a narcissist. As if, why would you want the world to be more just? Why would you want things to be fair? That's weird that you're gazed upon with suspicion for wanting the world to be a fairer place to live, as opposed to looking upon people with suspicion that would rather dog eat dog, fight and climb your way and step on people on the way up and such. Those are the ones that seem to get the most respect and get the most consideration. But I respect the hustle, but sometimes I just do not respect the hustler. And then sometimes vice versa. I might respect the person, but not respect the hustle.
Right. I understand. But yeah, so they make me crazy. Horses do flock together. Adrian Burrows, you're funny. I don't know, but
okay, you think we should call it?
I think maybe we should.
Okay.
Selling plates. Khadija, you mean selling plates like how people sell plates down here to make up the light bill, or selling plates as the actual plates that they eat off of? Because I wouldn't mind a good fish plate.
I wanted some catfish this weekend, but the place that I wanted to get it from, I don't go there after dark. And if I try to do it with the app, they don't ever have it the way I want it. So,
I mean, those church supper plates are always so good down here. Oh, they're going to start up. Wednesday is Ash Wednesday. New Orleans with our culinary traditions. Every church is going to make money in the next 40 days.
Now, there's a documentary on Netflix about Katrina, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen it?
I haven't watched the newest one, but I did watch the two Spike Lee ones.
Okay. I haven't watched any of them.
When the levees broke.
Is that the
The
name of
guy,
it?
yeah, the Spike Lee one is when the levees broke, and then levees is the part 2 is something about levees again. But the guy that they speak to at the end of the when the levees broke, that's my neighbor.
Mhm.
When he was cussing out the federal government, I was just like, oh my God. But he told the truth, you know. Yeah, but the new one I just couldn't bring myself to watch it. It was just too much. Khadija said, yes, selling place to make money. Food.
Mhm.
Oh my God. Yeah, but a cousin called me and said, oh, have you I just watched the I'm like, I haven't watched it yet. I I couldn't, not on the 20th anniversary. So
You know, some of the stuff, from historic events, should I say,
mhm.
I never feel so inclined to watch stuff that I've lived through, not firsthand lived through it, but
Right.
you know, if it's something that was interesting to me, like the OJ trial, I don't feel like I would need to watch something like that because I was like, so addicted to
Right.
tuning into it, and I would watch on television all day, and I would listen to it on my commute, and then pick up what I could learn later on. So it wasn't anything that I felt like I could, see in a dramatization that I didn't hear at the time. So I just skipped that one. And the 9/11, I wasn't interested in that one either.
Yeah, it was too much, too traumatic.
Yeah.
Now, this Mardi Gras, what made me angry post Katrina was that they just had to have Mardi Gras. And to me, it just showed, just how the ruling class just didn't give a damn about everyday people because you still had bodies in the lower ninth ward in those houses. But
Mhm.
oh, we gotta have Mardi Gras. So what if your daughter doesn't have a debut this year? It's okay. She'll survive. You know, just double up on the number of debutantes next year. But nope, they forced Mardi Gras through. They forced parades to run. And I was just like, I'm not partaking in this. And I think that's when Mardi Gras started to sour on me because, and then they started oh, it's for the culture. We got to keep the culture alive. The culture's going to be fine. You know,
Did they
let's,
cancel it during the pandemic?
let's see. No, wait, the pandemic, we found the pandemic had already started, but no one knew what was going on. So we had all those people coming to New Orleans, and you had so many people sick and dying here. Didn't make the news like New York, but it was bad. So the pandemic really hit, and you really understood what was going on after Mardi Gras. Now, 2021, did they cancel? I think it was limited.
Okay.
I think they limited it in some way or something like that.
Now, see what frustrates me about the misinformation, especially the deliberate misinformation, misleading people, is that they tried to do that when they had the heat wave in Chicago. That the mayor was so embarrassed by it that he said that, oh, I don't believe the heat killed anybody. How could and he just did not want to believe it. But statistically, there were, I believe it was 700 more people that died within that week of the heat wave the year before or the year before that. So if it was not the heat, I mean, okay, yes, they may have had some other things going on with their health, pre-existing conditions, you name it. But still, there were 700 more people dead within that window of time than the year before, 700 more. So if it wasn't the heat, then what common thing happened that killed those people? And he just would not accept it. He was too embarrassed. But you know what he did? After that, they planted tens of thousands of trees all over the city. Anything to reduce the heat island. Green rooftops, the Millennium Park, they made that as green because the Millennium Park was a big open air parking lot and a rail yard. And so to create a theater, an outdoor theater, and also parking garage and some other stuff, it's essentially a green rooftop. Even the theater is underground. It's called the Harris Theater. That is beneath ground, but the band shell is above the ground. But that's what he did. He planted thousands of trees.
Okay, that was good. Yeah, they did cancel the parades, but I'm pretty sure people had their little private balls and stuff, But the parades were canceled in 2021, which was not the first time they canceled a parade. So, and 2022 it came back bigger and stronger than ever. It was canceled in 79 because the police went on strike because they were trying to bully the first black mayor of New Orleans. And they're like, we're going on strike, and you're going to give us what we want. He's like, no, I'm just going to cancel Mardi Gras.
And ain't that what I always say? Anytime somebody black come along, everything suddenly is different.
Oh, he was the right one for Dutch Morial. Dutch was like, yeah, well, it's just canceled. The hell with y'all. And then the suburbs was like, oh, you could come run out here, run your parades out here. But they didn't want to go out there because they didn't like them. I mean, very classist society, very much like them people over there across the pond. But I don't know. But they just Adrian Burroughs, it generates money, but most of that money leaves the city. Right? So the powers that be, the people who are rich, whose daughters wear $10,000 gowns and stuff for their debuts and whatnot, they make money. They have stock in those hotels. They own those hotels and things like that. They own the property in the quarter that's rented out to bars and clubs and things like that. So yeah, they make money. But your average person is going to make a couple tips, maybe if they're lucky, and because the crowd that comes into for Mardi Gras now is a different crowd. It's younger, it's poor. They're not filling up Galatoire's and Commander's Palace. They're not. They're on Bourbon Street showing their tits for beads. So some people make money, I'll admit, but a lot of that money goes to the big corporation hotels and to people who own property in the French Quarter that, rent to those people. But and this year has been particularly ugly. You've had some ugly incidents where people have ended up in the hospital because float riders have literally stoned people with beads. Children, little black children with beads. That happened Friday? Was it Wednesday or Friday night? And they also were stupid enough to stone police officers, stone a police cruiser and the police officers with beads. And they stopped the float. They took all the riders off the float. And then Saturday, one float had black Barbie dolls hung by the neck from beads. Yeah. later on after I wake up, Baron, I'll put some posts from Instagram in your thing. So yeah. So they've had some ugly incidences this year. And they stopped another float last night. Well, yesterday, yeah. They stopped another float because they were pelting federal offices, not ICE, but like actual federal offices. And they're like, no, you're not doing that. And they're stupid because this mayor and this city council, they're not tolerating that. They're young, they're millennials. They have no time for that foolishness. All those old people that would have worked with them and come to a compromise, these people not compromising shit. They're
You
gonna
know,
take your parade license and give it to someone else because there's a waiting list of people wanting to parade and can't get a slot.
they've been trying to cancel that thing in London for a long time, right? It's like Mardi Gras, is it Caribbean Fest or whatever they call it? What's that event? Is mostly black people there, so
Oh,
they
I know
wanted
what you're
to
talking
cancel
about.
it.
The carnival that they have there.
Mhm.
You know they have one in Miami too every year in October. They have one in Miami. Carnival. And they have it in Brixton, I believe. Is that where they keep it?
I think
In
so.
England. Yeah.
Is it in Brixton or is it in gosh, what's the other place? I can't think. But I know they're always trying to cancel it.
Adrian Burroughs, Essence, the management of Essence is completely different since Essence was sold. The man who used to own Shea Moisture sold Shea Moisture. Then he bought Essence, and then he took out all the old staff from Essence that ran the festival and brought in all his people, and they're totally clueless. And they're gonna they did too much last year. You're right, they did too much last year, and it left a bad taste in local people's mouth. And Notting Hill. Thank you,
Notting Hill,
Tina.
that's it.
Thank you, Tina, on YouTube and Boney Mighty. Notting Hill Carnival in London.
That sounds familiar.
So yeah, this new crowd, this new city council and new mayor, they're millennials. They're not gonna tolerate much. You might be the fourth oldest parade in Mardi Gras, but you're still gonna lose your slot. I hope it was worth it. Have a nice day. But we'll
You know
see.
what I'm doing is I just thought about it. I think I sent that link to the season. Remember, I was trying to find it. I think I sent it to someone through text message, and I'm going through the text messages, which is years of text messages, just to see if I see it. I'm sure it is a quicker way to look for it, but I can't think of it right now. But I'm going through all of these because I'm sure I shared it with someone in the past. Because I still have not been able to find the version that I'm familiar with. Yeah, it has eluded me somehow. And when I looked on YouTube, I could not find it. It kept coming up the Mitford sisters, and is Mitford, even though they were mentioned, they did not have a very big part of it. It was more like an honorable mention. That's the one thing I was looking for on Downton Abbey. I was hoping that they were going to do an episode with the season just to see what that was like.
Oh yeah. Didn't they do one though? way in the beginning, like one of the early seasons, when Cora presented their niece, that young cousin or whatever they had.
Yeah, well, that was the one. That was the one. Oh, yes. You're right. You mean aside from the movie, right?
Right. Oh, aside from the movie. Yeah, I'm thinking the series.
Because didn't they do one in the series, and then they did one in the one of them was a movie, I think. It's all kind of running together on me, but
I remember in the series. I don't remember in the movie. I don't remember in the movie, but I do remember in the series. I like that. I just came across something that says being hated by idiots is the price you pay for not being one of them.
yeah, I never delete my text messages. And unfortunately, there's a few people that are deceased, and I still got every text message I ever sent them.
Who? Well, let me tell you something. It's daylight in New Orleans. Belizeans would call this, we went until it was red. But we got fog today, so the sky isn't red with the sun coming up. But I call it till it red. Or they also call it bleaching when you're up all night long. Oh my goodness.
You know, if you live by the lake in Chicago, you could either look out or you could go over to the lake and watch the sunrise. Because you know, if you I don't think you could see any parts of Michigan or Indiana. Well, you could probably see Indiana, but people over in Michigan, they can see Chicago, but you know, it's all low lying over there. So I don't know if you could actually see. Well, if you're up high, you can see, but from the ground level, you cannot. But that's always nice to see the sunrise over the lake. If I go someplace and there's like not an ocean or at least Lake Michigan or something big body of water, I always feel out of place. I'm just like, something just ain't right. But okay, I'll say good night or good morning or whichever it is for everybody.
Legs is probably at work by now.
Yeah, how's he gonna make it today? I hope he gets a chance to take a nap. Although I don't usually like to nap if I'm at work because it's just a tease. I feel like I can't really get the rest I want, so why bother?
I usually have insomnia, but I think what was that? Was that last night or Friday night? I came on just as you were getting ready to finish for the night. Because I had gone to lie down around 1 o'clock. I felt kind of tired. I said, "Oh, I'll just take a little nap." And usually my brother calls me or one of my friends calls me. My brother calls me on his way home from work. I have a friend that works nights. She calls me on her way to work. And neither one called me. So from 1 o'clock in the afternoon all the way until when I woke up around 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, I wish I could get some sleep like that.
I slept. So now I'm all wound up again and could probably go for another 3 weeks. God help me. But I knew the crash was coming when I fell asleep on the live that night. I'm like, oh, I'm about to crash.
So do you sleep like, like cat naps or whatever, and then you have that one big sleep?
Cat naps, yeah, and then I'll probably have a big sleep. It used to be so hard because when you work in surgery, you have to get up. You have to clock in at 6 in the morning. That's a morning job.
Mm-hmm.
Clock in at 6 in the morning till 2:45 in the afternoon. It was a
I've
lot.
worked overnight shifts before, and they always say that if they catch you sleeping, and I will never ever be ashamed to have fallen asleep at work, especially if I worked overnight, because my body said I need to sleep, and working overnight is not natural. I mean, somebody's got to do it, but it's not natural.
No, it's not.
So, you know, when I
Because
worked overnight, I could, if I started work at say 3 in the afternoon, I could stay up all night and work just fine. But if I started like at say 10:30 at night or midnight or something like that, at about 3:30 in the morning, I just couldn't keep my eyes open.
yeah, that's the hardest time. 3:30 in the morning. That was the hardest time. I did work nights um in inpatient rehab with spinal cord patients, and that was hard. Around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, you're so tired all of a sudden. But it's
Hmm.
also it's also time where you have to get up and start doing vitals, the morning vitals, and getting morning meds ready and everything, because the morning crew is going to be there at 6, and you had to do your report and have everything done. I was like, oh my God, I can't, I can't do this. So then I started getting up at 6 o'clock, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get to work for 6. God help me.
It's not natural. Why don't they just give us the money and leave us alone?
The ideal situation.
Yes, give us the money and let us decide whether or not we want to come in. Or should
Gosh,
I say,
Joy,
let me be Kate for a day.
6 days a week, Joy, my God. And you do patient care, so that's hard. That's very hard to be doing that 6 days a week. Ella Parker is still here. Shelly L just got here.
Well, that's the good thing about being one of those only fans. You don't even have to get out of the bed. Literally.
Khadija Susan Taylor was great, and when she headed Essence, the festival was great. But these new people, oh my God, oh my God, what does Baron say? They make my ass itch.
uh,
And I don't know where they can't go anywhere else, because post Katrina they took it to Houston and no one liked it in Houston, so they had to bring it back to New Orleans. And I don't know. Greed is such a terrible thing. But yeah, who knows what went on with Kate. Charles's story is plausible to me. He didn't say what he had. I could sort of guess in my mind. I could, I could see different scenarios, but knowing how things work, I could see where he could go in and they said, "Oh, you have hypertrophy, prostate prostate hypertrophy," and go in and find, take that tissue, and that tissue, reduce that tissue and send it to pathology, and then pathology is like, "Oh, we got a problem." And because they weren't expecting that, because he's an old man, and that's what happened to old men. Yeah, but Kate, that defies explanation. I can't, I can't come up with something for that at all.
Well, I thought it was very strange, and anybody who really paid attention to it, you you hear and see the inconsistencies, and even though it was easy for them to cover for the masses, but anybody who paid attention, like a lot of us do, I mean, it's just like every day it was another explanation. And of course, it didn't help when Kate would try to talk about it, and then she would say some treatment that didn't make any sense. Just like when she said to get out and go and get some sun and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, that's the last thing you're supposed to do if you're on chemotherapy.
Exactly. Like, lady, just don't lie to us. Just don't say anything. Just do some work and just shut up. Go open some schools, uncover some plaques, do some stuff. Can't be that hard. There's a lot of stuff around there. It's sort of like how William went to the Women's Institute for their anniversary thing. I'm like, why is he at the Women's Institute? Why is she not there? She's the Princess of Wales. The Women's Institute is an institution for women. Does she not belong?
How many years did the season last?
The season? I think they had the season
It
from the 18th.
had to
I
come
think that
along with the railroads or something like that, right? I couldn't imagine people taking carriages from. Well, then again, a lot of people could take a ship, instead of going over land or whatever. But
right. And remember, it was rich people who were in the seasons because it was sort of like making your debut it was your debut into society, and ordinary people weren't debuting their daughters into society. It was the title, the nobility people. So they had all the carriages with the fine horses and everything that, yeah, and those people had their country houses, but they also had houses in the city.
right.
Much of which was lost during World War II when it got bombed. And a lot of those houses got bombed, and a lot more got sold and torn down to build modern buildings. And very few of them are still around. You have Spencer House, which is leased out to someone or the other, and they've done a wonderful job with it, with rehabbing it. And yeah, Marlborough House, which they used to say the Queen gave to the Commonwealth. The headquarters of the Commonwealth is in Marlborough House. But now knowing what I know, I'm like, did she give it to them or did she lease it to them? Because I think she probably leased it to them. Just like how they leased everything else to all these other agencies. Why would the Commonwealth be any different? I don't see them just giving them an entire palace,
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Well, unless you what was that, Queen Anne? They gave away the Blenheim Palace.
Yeah, but that was way back when.
Well, there was a lot going on with that.
Yeah, there was quite a bit going on with that, and so Queen Anne. So yeah, I don't think they rented out stuff as much as they do now. I don't think, they just gave stuff away. But now, no such luck. They're gonna rent it to you. and they're not going to upkeep it, and the people that rent it to not going to upkeep it, and when the people are finished renting it, it's going to have to be torn down because it's going to be in such terrible condition. And they've done that many times.
Did you ever see on the Beverly Hillbillies when Jed went to he inherited an estate in England? That was so good. They inherited the Clampett something. Anyway, the Clampett's Uncle Jed was the heir to this estate, this whatever. But yeah, and they filmed over there. It was really good. It was really good.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh my goodness, it was so good. And Granny, well, okay. You know what? I'll try to send that to you. Granny was trying to buy some of the stuff she needed for her potions, right? And they went to an apothecary, whatever you call it. And when she was trying to ask for things, the guy thought that she wanted to hear some Shakespeare. Does that sound familiar at all?
No.
And so as he's talking, she got the notion that he was trying to court her to the point where she was trying to tell Uncle Jed, go away and come back in a little while. And Jed was having none of that. The whole premise of it was the big misunderstanding as usual.
Mm-hmm.
But it was it was something else. And the way that they created this misunderstanding using Granny's need for Eye of Newt. And of course, this is a, somewhat modern pharmacy. And she's literally sitting on the countertop while he's reciting this stuff. And her mouth is wide open and she's looking all, glazed in the eyes and everything. It was hilarious. And the guy who was doing the Shakespeare was the guy who played Alfred on Batman. Yeah, the guy with the white hair, the one that played Alfred. Was it? Yeah, Alfred on Batman. That was the guy. But yeah, I love the Beverly Hillbillies. I really did. It was a clever use of material. Sometimes it got to be a bit redundant, but I thought it was pretty clever.
Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, Green Acres.
They had that thing called the rural purge. Have you heard of that?
Where everyone left the country and moved to the city?
No, this was to do with programming. It was called the rural purge. Whoever had taken over as the president of CBS at the time did not want any other hillbilly, country, rural, anything. So in one clean sweep, they got rid of the Beverly Hillbillies. I believe they got rid of Green Acres and Petticoat Junction. Even though these shows were still doing well, they just got rid of them. They wanted no more of that. They were trying to bring a younger audience.
Oh.
Because it's hard to believe that Brady Bunch, Beverly Hillbillies, and all of those other shows existed in the same time period as All in the Family. Things were taking a change toward what's his name? the guy that created those shows.
Mhm.
I'm probably too tired to think of his name. The guy that created Good Times and
Lear?
Norman Lear.
Norman Lear.
Yeah. So it's hard to believe that a Norman Lear and a what's his name, Sidney Sheldon, or whoever did those shows, that these shows were in the same time period. They kind of crossed over at some point. And, Brady Bunch on one channel, and you got Good Times well, not Good Times. I think Good Times didn't come along yet, but you got All in the Family with these very serious topics. It just doesn't seem like they could have ever been a part of the same, week, let alone year, but they were. And so this guy, he wanted to get rid of all of that. So they called it the Rural Purge. And in one clean sweep, they ended everything rural.
Well, then they did it again when they got rid of all the women's shows. They got rid of Murphy Brown and Designing Women. And I forgot what else. CBS did that. Remember they had Designing Women and
Right.
Murphy Brown. I love those two shows. I watched them religiously every week. And then they were still going strong and they just ditched them.
And then there was this one guy who got rid of the theme song. I think when they were making Seinfeld, he did not want any more theme songs. And so when he got rid of that, all of them got rid of the theme songs. They say, oh, we can put more commercials in, or we could, So they just didn't want the theme songs anymore. They wanted like a little music, and then the show starts. I'm like, oh boy. Some of those theme songs were just too important to me.
Yeah. Theme songs are great. And you're right, they don't have theme songs anymore.
They got rid of them. It took one person to end it. Killed it for everybody. Even what's that? The Friends, they had a theme song. Even Friends had a theme song. But after that, not so much.
Yeah, they did. Now, I never watched Friends. Is that weird?
Oh, I loved Friends. I loved Friends.
I watched Seinfeld, but I didn't watch Friends.
Now, see, I was anti-Seinfeld. I didn't like Seinfeld. I liked Friends because they were kind to each other. I didn't like Seinfeld because they all secretly hated each other.
They did.
That's why I couldn't stand them. I couldn't stand them. But you like stuff kind of messy, so I would not be surprised. Now that I know that, now that I've seen that, I cannot unsee it. I'm like, oh, she'll like that. This kind of messy.
You know it. It's messy, I'm just 10 toes deep watching it, but yeah. Seinfeld, yeah, they were mean people. That's why they all ended up in jail. Remember the show ended with them
I
going
saw
to jail?
that one. Yeah, I have watched some of them. I love when Elaine was with that guy and they both thought that they were non-white. And she's like, well, what made you think that I was Latino?
I remember her stalker. Remember her stalker?
No, I didn't see that one.
The guy, he was punching people out. What was his name? Oh my God. But they just came across the weirdest people. Weird people.
Oh, they've
And
had
they were
some
weird.
fantastic characters that I do remember from the few episodes that I've seen, that they were very good at bringing in some very interesting, just like with Barney Miller. Barney Miller, they had some characters like you've never seen on television before.
Oh yeah. Barney Miller was great too.
Mhm.
Abe Vigoda and Ron, Detective Harris.
Mhm.
And they were
Mm-hmm.
all so so funny.
Yeah, when that show first started, they actually wanted to concentrate part of the thing on his relationship with his wife and her trying to get him to retire and you know all that kind of stuff. And it wasn't long before they figured that the story really is in the squad room and not at home. And so her role was less and less until she was just going off the show, whoever played his wife.
Yeah, she only did like bit pieces. You saw very rare, but
And the Dick Van Dyke show, that was supposed to focus more on work instead of home, but eventually it was more about home than work.
yeah.
And that's why Rosemarie, she was furious with Mary Tyler Moore because she was supposed to be the female lead on the show.
Oh,
And then
okay.
it became very evident that Mary Tyler Moore was capable of doing comedy. They didn't see her as comedic. And it didn't take long before that, oh, Rob, but that really caught on. And then all of a sudden, she had more of a role and it was less Rosemarie. So I loved Big Dick Van Dyke and I loved Mary Tyler Moore too.
Mm-hmm.
Loved me some Mary Tyler Moore, especially when Betty White came on there.
Man, Betty White. They used to have some great shows. I Dream of Jeannie. Um,
Okay,
Barney Miller. Yeah, it's time to go.
I'm looking at. I'm like, it's 399 people, and we finally started talking them out of here.
Yeah, we've moved off the royal stuff into TV remembrance.
Uh-huh. Now it's 390. It was 399. Now it's 390.
They're like, oh yeah,
I
they're
could
wrapping
take
it
a
up
hint.
now. They're just waiting to see if I'll say something else scandalous. But
Mm-hmm.
I sort of need food now, people. I ate like 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I'm running low.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go make some breakfast. But yeah, and the last show I'm gonna mention is WKRP in Cincinnati.
Baby, do you ever wonder whatever became of me? I'm living on the air in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, WKRP.
WKRP.
It's WKRP in Cincinnati.
And
I
the
know
best
that's not the
episode
whole
was
song, but
and the best episode was the Thanksgiving episode when they threw the turkeys out the helicopter.
oh, I didn't see that. Were they live or not?
Huh?
Were they live turkeys?
Yeah, they were live turkeys.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. No, sir, they can't. Oh my God, that was
Well, I found out that chickens can fly.
yeah.
They're not very good at it, but it's more of a hop. And they prefer to be downhill, but they can fly a little bit.
Mm-hmm. You have to trim one wing.
Oh, to keep them from flying?
Mm-hmm. Because if one wing is shorter than the other, they don't have balance and they can't fly.
Oh, okay.
The things I know. Mm-hmm. But anyway, y'all, it's been fun. It's been fun.
All right. Well,
I need to
cheers,
go make some
everyone.
breakfast. Order a king cake because tomorrow's Mardi Gras and I need a king cake for today and tomorrow in case someone drops by. And And that's that. And I'll see y'all tonight.
All right. Well, thanks again, and I will see you tonight then.
All right. Bye,
Okay.
guys.
All right. Cheers.